Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the second day of the Superbet Rapid 2025. We are in for a treat today. A delightful day of chess awaits you as Praggnanandhaa and Aravindh Chithambaram take fort today, and they will be playing here against some of the best players in the world. Prag is taking on Alireza Firouzja. There we see Topalov and Aravindh Chithambaram making their way. This is going to be a super exciting clash between these two players. And there you see Topalov and Aravindh. Wow, this is going to be great fun, guys. Topalov, a former world champion. And we also have Praggnanandhaa taking his fort here. He's playing against Alireza Firouzja. This is the big encounter for the day. Prag versus Firouzja. I hope that today we have all things well set up and that we have no issues with streams and anything. A very warm welcome to everyone in the chat. Guys, how are you all doing? And how is everything at your end? Can you hear me well? Is everything good? No lag आज कोई lag नहीं है दोस्तों. I hope there is no lag. Please let me know if there is any issues. Exciting clashes today. Prag Alireza, Aravindh Topalov, says Rudra. Yes. And there you see Prag. Very relaxed. He's on 4 points out of 6. Guys, these are the standings right now that we have. Let me just pull them up for you. Oh, there you see Alireza Firouzja coming in. A big clash here, guys. Wow. And these are the standings. We have Fedoseev leading with 5 out of 6. Firouzja on 4. Praggnanandhaa on 4. Duda on 3. Deac on 3. Aravindh on 3. David Gavrilescu on 3. Aronian on 2. Topalov on 2. And MVL on 1. Remember, guys, for every win, you get 2 points. For every draw, you get 1 point. For every loss, 0 points. So that's how things are. And there we see Aravindh and Topalov looking very interesting. This is really nice. Everything is fine. Everything is perfect. Sagar, thank you. Thank you, Sendil Nathan. Good to see you guys. Good to see everyone joining in today. We'll have a lot of fun. And we are going to follow these two games very deeply. And of course, the other games, if time permits. Today, I also did quite a nice stream with the FIDE CEO, Emil Sutovsky. And there we see the first move being made here. And E4 is what is being expected. And Aravindh looks very fresh today. Yeah, that's very nice to see. Aravindh looking sharp. And I don't think Veselin Topalov is going to take that pawn back. And a handshake there. Off we go. Handshake here. Knight F3 by Firouzja. E4 by Topalov. Aravindh closes his eyes, plays E5. Knight comes out to F3. Topalov must be feeling a lot of energy because yesterday he did beat MVL. His first win after 2 losses he had. He lost to Gavrilescu and Duda and then beat MVL. And here we see Aravindh going in for the main line stuff. There you see he pushes his pawn to B5 and joining me all the way from the bedroom, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta.
Phew, I'm a bit late, but what's up? I heard that we're gonna have fun, Sagar.
Yes, Amruta, a lot of fun. We are actually looking at the Archangel's line here that Aravindh has chosen with D4. And guys, remember, you never want to take the pawn and give the center to white because these are strong central pawns. So he goes back with his bishop here to B6 and A4 immediately striking on the queen side. And bishop B7, Aravindh playing very quickly.
Wow, Aravindh versus Topalov is a matchup we would not be expecting.
Absolutely. And Amruta, we have the other matchup which is super interesting. This is the matchup between Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa. Let me just flip it here. Knight f3, d5, b3. This is the opening Arjun Erigaisi played.
Ooh, a
Yes.
win. Against whom?
Against Max Warmerdam, e3,
Bundesliga.
knight f6. Guys, I have a very nice question for you. Let's see how many in our chat can find it. What is the best move for black after bishop b2? Let's see. Yes, Srishti, we will be putting up the timestamps for that one. Tushar Bhai from our team is working on it. So we will be getting that very shortly. No, guys, not d4. Yes, Raghav Chawla with the right answer. Well done, Raghav Bhai. That is amazing.
Wow, f6.
How did Raghav Bhai get to know this answer is a great question. But f6, because now Amruta, I'm building the center with e5.
Oh.
This happened in the famous game between Fischer with black pieces against Petrosian in their candidates match, I think. So it was a very well-known...
That's amazing. What a memory. And also it does look a bit like Samish. Reverse Samish kind of.
Yes.
Some vibe of it.
So that's why he goes e3, so that if now
कल
f6...
देखा था सागर भाई ऐसे बोल रहा है.
हाँ, exactly. I had actually shown it in my video of Arjun game. g6, c4, d takes c4 taken here by Prag. Pawn takes and bishop g7. This setup is full of dangers for both sides, Amruta. One of the dangers that we saw in the game of Arjun was that white has a very strong center. So later on, white would like to build with f4, maybe even start pushing his pawns on the king side with this bishop.
Amazing. No, this one I think in the rapid format yesterday what we saw for Prag, who lost on time very shockingly. But he did get time to recover. Sometimes after such a game, you don't want time to recover. You want to just beat the opponent in the next round.
Yeah.
So what is your feeling about how is he feeling?
I think overall Prag would definitely be wanting to score a win in this round. But with Alireza is one of the best players in the tour. So I think he will be playing this very carefully. Just take it normally. I think one of the best things about Prag is that he's able to always come back after a tough result.
Yeah, very true. These top players. And this one, if he beats Firouzja, then I think he is on a very good track.
Yeah.
And first round, in a way, today's first round, it's gonna show your momentum.
Exactly. And let's go, Amruta, to the game of Aravindh also and see what is up with him. There we see a very sharp game. Topalov did not stay back. He went here, rook e1, castles, and then bishop g5, pinning the knight.
h6, bishop h4 and g5 if you go, then there's all the problem. Yeah?
I believe now a sacrifice should work because this is a very nasty pin with my queen coming in and the rook also swinging over. So he went b4 here and it's part of Arvind's prep. While Topalov now thought for some time and played h3, and Aravindh is out of his preparation now.
Oh, maybe we can just I was looking at
Both blacks, yeah? Oh, both have got black today. That's nice.
So Aravindh is already thinking, but look at Topalov's time. He has 25 minutes, 29 seconds.
Yes.
Wow. And Topalov now doesn't play very regularly, correct?
Yeah, I think Topalov hardly ever plays, Amruta. So yesterday with 2 losses, we felt like he will be in big trouble. But a player like Topalov knows, how to come back because he has played at the highest level for so many years. And he beat MVL. And that has given him a lot of confidence now.
You think he will continue playing? Like it's like a comeback to playing serious chess, like many tournaments.
I don't think he'll play too much. I imagine. I think mainly he just Grand Chess Tour is just a very unique event, to play. Now, pawn takes pawn has been taken back, and white center looks pretty good. And rook e8 played here by Aravindh. He's looking at the e4 pawn. His knight is also looking here. But we all know that the knight is pinned here. You don't want to go g5. Very intense position, Amruta. These two bishops sitting in the corner, hoping to get activated very soon.
True, and yesterday, you know, with Prague, the way Arvind kind of fought, I think that did shows about a lot about his fighting spirit.
100%.
And yeah, so
I have a
think he's
question, Amruta,
dangerous player.
for our viewers. Is d5 by white a good move or a bad move? Guys, let me know in the comments here in the chat. Is d5 a good move or a bad move? And we have more and more people joining in. CB Thomas says bad move. Rudra Khatri says no, bad move. Trigonometry says bad move. Manash Pratim says bad move, blocks the bishop. Well done, guys. All those who said bad move, you are absolutely right. It simply blocks your bishop, and black is completely fine after this. Can reroute the bishop on the other diagonal.
Wow, very good question. Positional questions.
Yes. So, Amruta, this is where the things stand in the game of Topalov and Aravindh. I think Topalov will now take some time to figure out where his pieces belong. He wants to put the knight on d2. However, the problem is the d4 pawn will fall here. On the other hand, if he doesn't develop here, maybe he has to play queen d3 and knight d2 so that the queen comes up ahead of the knight.
And also, like, I don't know how good he needs to be in opening preparation in such a tournament, because he's playing after a long time. Even if you're prepared a lot, many times it's hard to, you know, hold on to that good memory. So, what do you think? Like,
It's like, Amruta, let's say, for example, if I want to make a comeback in chess now after so many years of not playing, and if there is a very active IM who's playing every other day, no matter how hard I try for the next 1 or 2 months, I would not be able to reach that strength of that IM who is so active. So that's what is going to struggle for Topalov. But Topalov has a lot more than Aravindh in terms of the experience that he has had. You know, playing world championship matches, playing the top level tournaments, winning everything. Like, he's won so many events.
oh yeah, that is true. So that experience is something which not many people will have. As a comeback, it is going to help him. And let's see.
Amruta, today we have a nice little innovation thanks to Anmol Bhai, which is this stinger which we have prepared. How does it look?
Oh, but I don't know if you're aware. In Rapid and Blitz, I never put a stinger.
Oh, sorry.
Because, you know, when there is very less time, we have to do full screen and like a non-full screen, and we cannot afford to lose even that fraction of second. So,
Okay.
but it's a nice one. Of course, the singer is very nice, and wow, Anmol is at Pune doing so many things.
Yeah, thank you, Anmol Bhai, for that very thoughtful thing made here. And there we see Praggnanandhaa
अच्छा, you
now.
didn't tell him to make the stinger, yeah?
No,
He
he
made it
on his own.
क्या बात है यार, खुद से कुछ भी करना is always tough.
Amruta, here we can see Prag and Firouzja just very intensely sitting opposite each other. I would like to just put up the board here for everyone to see what's happening. And there we see, actually looks like a pretty fine position here for
For Prague, I would say.
Prag, yeah.
Because he is black, and look at it. Already we have one knight exchanged. Black's development is complete. White is about to develop his knight
and
then
threatens mate in one, which is
Bishop F10.
immediately thwarted.
Yeah. So another minor piece is getting exchanged. Bishop B exchange.
Yeah.
Oh ho.
Queen comes back to c7. And now Rudra Khatri in the chat just is looking at Prag's suit every day and giving us like, oh, this is the suit with which he won Tata Steel last day. You know, he had
my
won.
God.
Today he's saying this is the suit with which Prag had beaten Magnus Carlsen.
You know, we are still in a, you can say, kind of a right now decade, maybe it has just begun a few years ago, where people are still less superstitious in comparison. Like earlier, you would find many repeated shirts and t-shirts and so on.
Yeah.
And things. And in fact, even pens earlier, you know, you used to carry your own. अभी तो every tournament you're given a pen and things like that.
Oh, sure, Amruta. These are many things have changed in the world of chess. And right now, Queen C7. I like this position for black, as you said rightly. Queen takes, Knight D2. But then maybe just Rook F D8, Rook D7. The other Rook comes to D8. That seems like
Yeah, this is nice. There is only one D file semi-open for black and he's gonna double up over there. And guys, whenever D4 will happen and we'll get into the structure of C takes D4, E takes D4, what would those pawns be called?
Yeah, something
Just
like
as
this.
a
What
question. I
would
mean, it's a
these
bad move
pawns be
here.
called?
But what do you call the pawn structure over here?
Not isolated. Isolated is just one pawn here, d4 or c4. But these are called hanging pawns. Prajwal Nayak, well done. Bigyan, well done. These are hanging pawns. And Amruta, just another positional question to our chat. What is one good pawn break in this position that white is aiming for? What is the kind of pawn break that he's looking for?
Wow, such
And,
a nice question.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will definitely help. Like, I think maybe now you're working for the chat to develop their positional understanding.
Yeah, in
है ना,
general,
Sagar?
we
Or why not? You're so good at this. So you have to ask them these tough positional questions.
sure.
Because strength bata do, people are
Yes,
playing
Sendil Nathan,
tournaments.
look at that. Ropam Devani. Very good, guys. A4, A5. Gopal Agarwal. This is the best way because if he takes on A5, then he would be left with two weak pawns. Otherwise, I would take on B6 and then the B6 pawn would be weak. So it's like a minority attack here because one pawn.
Attacking the 2 pawns. Yeah, very cool. And also after a5, guys, you have to see sometimes a7 is the base of the pawn chain over here, but it is very difficult to attack. And then you change the base of the pawn chain to b6, which remains a pawn in the open file. And if you will read books like Riasis and all, you will find out that such a pawn is also called a backward pawn
Yeah.
because it's not supported by any other pawn. There is no pawn on the side also. So this one on the open file becomes a target.
By the way, Amruta, knight d2 has happened by Firouzja. Rook a d8 played here by Praggnanandhaa, putting his rook on the half open file. Meanwhile, a small error has been committed by Topalov. It seems we can quickly check what happened there. Here we can see, oh my god, Amruta, he did play d5.
What? But I can't believe you asked this question. And okay, normally in Rilopes, d5 is very common, actually speaking. Sometimes it is very good. So this specific position, it's not good. Oh.
I think Topalov basically is saying that if you go knight b8, I have a big advantage here because of a very specific reason. I attack your bishop. Let's say your bishop goes to c5. Now I go bishop a4, hitting your rook.
Knight
and suddenly...
No, knight b7.
Yeah, you can't go here because this is a trouble. And if you go knight d7, I can take... Oops, sorry. I wanted to take. Also not a bad move, by the way.
Oh.
Take. And Amruta, this position with my knight landing on f5 and my queen coming in here, it's almost resignable.
Oh, nice. Okay, so he can think about it. It is very tempting.
No, I mean d5, Aravindh rightly puts his knight on a5, stopping the a5 bishop a4 ideas. Now bishop c2 for sure.
So I think d5, which used to be very common in Rilopes, which would have pawns on b3 or b2 in those strategies, there's more pawns in the position. Maybe the pawns on the b file at that point of time.
Yeah, I mean right now we can see that after bishop c2, this bishop looks amazing for black. This bishop not looking that amazing, but we can activate it from c8 as we discussed later. Also, I was wondering if we could get knight c4, a5, bishop a6. You know, that could also be a way to develop.
And actually, Sagar, what if white simply develops knight, let's say knight d2 jayega, rook he keeps on b1.
Yeah.
And then I don't find it as easy to kind of assess.
For sure. And also this does block the bishop, but it gives white a lot of space. I'm a bit surprised that Topalov is thinking here.
Wow.
Definitely he doesn't want to give up his bishop, I believe.
Amazing. Oh, by the way, we do have an update by Himang, who is in Sardinia. Says Harshit started with a win, although he was in small trouble at some point. Mr. Kukushkin lost round 1. Acha, Kukushkin.
Arey, Kukushkin is there. I hope there will be Kukushkin
Oh,
versus
we would
Harshit
like
Bhai.
to see the game also.
राजा जी ओपी हो जाए दोस्तों. I think Harshit Himang bhai, are we recording his games or not? People would like to see it. People would definitely enjoy watching Harshit bhai's games, so we will be putting it up. And we have bishop a2 played, Amruta. Oh, he played bishop a2. This is not a great move, because now the bishop is looking at his own pawn. This is not the best move already.
But what you wanted to go bishop c2. Acha,
Yeah.
Oh, bishop a2 is definitely weird.
Yeah,
Very
it's very
weird.
weird.
Maybe he didn't like something about bishop c2. Was
Yeah,
anything
just
like...
giving up the c4 square, maybe he didn't like.
But what are you going to do with knight c4 right now? Anyway.
Not
So
much. I mean, I guess he wanted to keep control of that square so that later he can play c4, which is why he's played here. But now
Oh, wait,
Amruta,
can we all guys think for black, for Arvind? What should Arvind play?
I think g5 I want to do, Amruta, now, because if you
Arey,
think
but
about
we
it,
want to think na.
yeah, like
You
this
are the expert.
pin may not be that dangerous with the center being closed.
Okay, that's a possibility. But let's say I don't want you to get this rapid may this sack and all. Do I have anything which is like a... I won't mind considering moves like rook c8 or rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 looks good, because I don't think we want to play c6 here, because that means that after takes the bishop will be active here. So he does play g5.
Sagar, awesome. Sagar, why don't you try to guess all the moves of Arvind and Prag?
Right. So now
Let's-
g5. I will be pretty shocked if
Will he sack?
Topalov sacks. No, I think he'll go bishop g3. But then after bishop g3, we can go for knight h5 with the idea of plonking our knight on the f4
And guys, that
square.
bishop is not supported. It's just an illusion.
The fact that Topalov is thinking here means he's analyzing the possibility to take this with his knight. He could just directly go back to g3 and very quickly before he decides here,
no, I think
checking the game of Prag and Firouzja, Amruta, very equal.
Takes,
looking
rook
good.
d1.
We'll come back here because the real action is happening here.
Whether Topalov will sack on g5. Guys, what's your feeling like? कहाँ जा रहे हो?
एक मिनट आया.
कहाँ?
एक second. Just checking. Whether we'll sack or not, Amruta.
Sack! Oh, Meg said sack, Dhananjay said sack, and actually sack हो गया, guys. Topalov, this is what he provoked. I think this was his idea. अभी मजा आएगा सागर. हाँ जी.
Oh my god.
हाँ जी, 5 pick sack आ गया.
Very quick move. King g7 played here by Arvind. So he was ready to meet the sacrifice, and look at Arvind's focus, Amruta. We need to go
full screen
and see this, because it's so amazing. The way in which he's completely zoned in there. Very nice to see here.
But you know what? This sack, if it doesn't work, then Arvind's like very happy. Happiest, yeah? You're a piece up and you're beating Topalov with the black pieces. Look at him. He's relaxed. Pretty relaxed. Has everything clearly assessed, I think. And has no slightest of, oh my god, any fear? You don't see anything.
Because Amruta, now rook h8 is also coming in to get the rook on the other side. For white, he needs reinforcement. He needs another piece to come into the attack. So imagine, I can imagine, Amruta, one scenario that if the bishop was on c2 and we had the pawn up here, let's say bishop c2, Rook b8, pawn to c4, blunt. Like I'm just saying this. And now take, king g7. Here we could have a very strong move, guys. White to play.
Wow. What are you saying?
What is an amazing move here for white?
Such
So-
a huge difference.
Yeah, you just
Ah,
need-
got it. Got it. Oh, this is so cool.
Rupam and Prajwal, the pawn is pinned here on f2.
But the idea is good, of course.
Gopal says queen g4. Gopal will take it. I know my queen will also go, but
Okay, can I say the move? Can
Yeah.
I say? मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे
rook a3. And the rook swings over with a winning advantage here. No one found it, Amruta.
Really?
No one. And that's the reason why here, if we go to the live board position now, rook a3 is super difficult. There's no rook e3 as well because this is hanging.
Man, this is an epic idea.
Maybe
Rook
now,
a3.
Amruta, queen.
We'll have a bigger board, no? They won't be able. But such an epic idea, yeah, Sagar? Because I found it. Wow.
And if we look at the bars at the bottom of the screen, it's only Topalov and Aravindh who are better.
I mean, where the position is clear. He goes queen f3, a typical continuation after a sacrifice.
And rook
But
h8.
then rook g8 and rook h8 are generally the moves to consider.
I think rook g8 may be not the most ideal
Yeah.
because with rook h8 you have some plans. Like let's say I go knight d2.
Rook h5.
My idea is this.
No, rook h5 blunder. So sorry. But now,
Bishop c8.
let me try to see 1 second defense.
Very typical move, Amruta. King g6. And you might think, oh, this is getting very dangerous. But my king can also go and pick up the bishop. So maybe h4. Rook h5. And guys, black to play and win.
Yeah. This one they'll just find it very easily. Very, very easily. Whenever Arvind is playing well, everyone's like SAT well. Yeah, he. Trigonometry says this game is similar to Gukesh versus Anish in Tata Steel. Absolutely right. In
Definitely.
fact, I don't think Gukesh versus Anish. I think Anish was white and Gukesh was black. Because Anish, it went into opposite colored bishop.
No, Gukesh was white
So which was that game where Anish won in opposite colored bishop?
last year. Not 2025, 24. By the way, guys, here the best move. Actually, our chat today needs to strengthen up themselves. Not bishop g4
Chat
because
करो किया.
because of bishop f6 and then g4 would hang, but rather to start with rook takes bishop, pawn takes, and now knight to g4, and this is totally winning because I have complete control on the position and this bishop is doing nothing. So rook h8, knight d2, and now I'm expecting bishop c8. Guys, very important move which Arvind will play because king g6 he wants to play, but he'll see there is check. So that's the reason why he
Bishop
has to
C8.
begin with bishop c8.
And once again, you see that the d5 pawn is simply stopping the activities of your own pieces. Otherwise, there would have been some pressure over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah. खुद के पैर पे कुल्हाड़ी मार दी. There is a saying where, in English, if you can translate,
To
hit your own leg with
your own axe,
not axe,
hammer,
not hammer, plow. What is it called?
plow.
Plow.
Okay. Guys, I think personally Prag's position is really, really nice. But I do realize that while he's putting pressure here, white will also put pressure here. The engines slightly prefer white here. But I think it's very small edge. Very
The
small.
engine is very slightly, like slight in the sense, engine is like, ठीक है, चल, तू white है ना, slight initiative. That way.
That way, yeah.
Not like anything. It's like वो रहता है ना, when you're playing pakda pakdi, like when people are running on the ground and catch each other, catch basically. तो तू सबसे छोटा है, you're the little one, you can start.
Limbu Timbu.
Limbu Timbu. Oh God. Would you be the Limbu Timbu generally, or would you be the older one?
I used to be the Inti Finti.
What is independent?
Inti Finti was basically the guy who was highly skilled where both teams wanted him. So I'm actually
Most
just
wanted one.
improving the Limbu Timbu's role.
So you are a Limbu Timbu, but a good one. That's why both the teams wanted.
Yes. So that's why they gave me the name Inti Finti. Dhananjay says is Rook F6 okay? That looks like a very good move, Rook F6. But just that after H3, you have to figure out what to do. Where to put your knight. Do you want to go back here? So that's the reason why maybe Rook F6. This is, yes, he comes back Knight F6. That's the better square for the knight. And the main problem for black, of course, remains that where to park his knight, because you know there is no stable square that he has in the position.
But sometimes you're already stable where you are, but you just want more. So right now, I think even for black, H5, H4, H3 at some point could be possible improvements he could do. Another thing, Sagar, would black ever consider ideas with, like, it's impossible for now, but E5, E4, would those...
Yeah,
If at all
100%.
he is
If
able
it's
to.
possible, why not? But for now, I think white will go d4. And white would really put this kind of...
Hanging pawns. But guys, an important change if white goes d4. What would that be? A big change. Samir translated the khud ke pair pe kulade as dig your own grave.
Nice. So Amruta, this is looking quite equal. Should we...
Dhananjay is asking Sagar bhai, as a human, how would you evaluate this position? I think until now, I don't know what he was considering you. But now as a human, he was asking.
As a human, I think it's equal. I also like black actually slightly. I'm going to go to Arvind's game against Veselin.
Last, before he shift, if the queen on d7 would be also putting pressure on a4 and d3 both at some point. So white, if he delays d4, maybe such ideas would be there in him.
Okay.
Oh, queen 8 and c4.
By the way, Amruta, Arvind did not go bishop c8 but hasn't played his move. He's been thinking for 5 minutes now. Hasn't played any move. That's amazing.
Okay, what else then is he thinking? Bishop
I think
c8
one more idea is queen e7 and rook g8, trying to get all your pieces into the game. King g6 directly is also possible because let's say there's queen f5 and maybe
that's why. But maybe no, I like queen e7. You know, guys, one of the combination is that knight on a5. Just look at it. It cannot go anywhere. Not now and not for a while more. And that does contribute as a temporary contribution because obviously at some point the knight is going to come back in the game. So queen e7, let's find a good move for white because it is not a good idea. Knight, simple, continue.
Yeah, I'm just coming there slowly. You can see Arvind getting a bit tensed here. He wants to play perfectly here, but there you can see him getting a bit sort of unsure about what he ought to be doing. Amruta. But he needs to make a move. He's down to 10 minutes now on the clock. The best move for Arvind is here is bishop c8, guys.
What is the second best move according to the engine?
Rook h7. It's not so easy. I think he's also
Rudra is saying
about...
Sagar bhai वो animation लाए हो तो voice crack होता है आपका. I think when you are shifting.
Oh.
So उसका maybe audio off. Or maybe you will have to remove it.
उसमें audio है?
नहीं रहेगा but just check once. नहीं audio नहीं है. Cut कर.
So right now, Amruta, Arvind now down to 9 minutes. Topalov gets a bishop c8. Well played. Arvind bhai, well played here. Bishop c8 on the board.
It's very important to be good at defense, because now with such positions you do not let go even for a while. So a retreat, but a good one.
Yes.
Anyway, the bishop had to go back. This is the best time, yeah?
Yes, for sure. Guys, do like the stream and do make sure that you subscribe here so that more and more people can join in. So that now bishop c8 defends the f5 square. His idea is king g6, rook h5, and then chop chop. Just sacrifice back your piece for the bishop and it would be very good.
Absolutely. And this knight g5 is one of the most common sacrifices we can get to see. And how to defend these kind of concepts where king g7, rook h8, king g6 ideas, bishop c8 coming back. All these concepts will be helpful. Obviously, in the situation, you will have to make it to work out which move order, which concept works. But you need to know all of it.
Absolutely, that's very well put here. And
Yeah.
क्या हुआ?
नहीं. We have 800 people who are watching. क्या बात है?
Guys, do like the stream.
How many likes do we have?
मजा.
We have 200 likes.
अरे
800 people watching. Guys, 500 कर दो अभी. 500. Because other 300 people I'm assuming are either driving or by chance fallen asleep or working or eating. So
knight f1 on the board, Amruta. Now king g6. Arvind bhai, let's go. This is the best move here. King g6, because you threaten the bishop, Amruta. There is no time for the knight to come on g3 because king g6 attacks the bishop.
okay, but Arvind actually still has to be very much on his toes. He cannot for a moment, slip away.
Yes. By the way, Amruta, Vibhor says in the chat, I like how Arvind is the new Gukesh in the chat. S8UL fans back their players like crazy. Esports can be big for chess. True, I agree with you guys. We are ourselves very excited for the Esports World Cup that will be held later this year in Saudi Arabia. And we will be rooting for S8UL, for Arvind, for Nihal. And I think it's so good to have an Indian team there with Indian players. And I loved the advertisement that was created, Amruta, there. It was like a first video for Arvind and Nihal in the team of S8UL.
I would have seen it, but right now I don't remember. Sagar.
I don't think you must have seen it.
No?
It was very long. Yeah.
Achha, then I may not have.
16 minutes or so.
Okay, no, then I have not seen it.
Yeah, I will show you.
By the way, Rudra says like तो कब का कर दिया है सागर भाई?
अरे, thank you so much, guys. Those who have not liked, please do like the stream. And for now, let's head over to Prag's
Before
game.
that, one question by Aryan is it safe to bring out the king so much in the open on the fifth
करना
rank?
पड़ता है. Piece up हो. If when you are piece up, you have to play it. If you don't do it, he's coming in with his own pieces. So you can't be like, oh, I feel scared. If you feel scared, तो then डर के आगे जीत है. You need to move ahead of your fears. And then let's go, Amruta, now to Praggnanandhaa versus Firouzja. This game, I'm hoping that Prag doesn't blunder something here because Firouzja is putting maximum pressure here, Amruta. Look at this, b6 pawn under pressure from a triple battery. Knight at 6 is almost checkmating now in two
there's
moves.
a threat. Knight at 6, king f8, queen h8, mate.
Yes, exactly. If we go f5, it's already over, check and mate. That is the problem. So you have to play super carefully. My thought is f6 looks really good. Preparing e5 later on, perhaps.
100%. I don't know, Sagar, over here, one of the things which I find to black's advantage, slightly, is that a4 pawn is isolated.
Yeah.
There are 2 pawn islands for both of them, but a4 is isolated and weak. So
But
in
B6
case
is
black
also
won-
weak.
That's true. D3 is also weak. Two
Yeah.
weaknesses for
King is also weak. I think white king is safer than the
safer,
black king. So I
100%.
would say still white has a nagging edge here. And you can see the time. Prag is down to 8 minutes on the clock, while Firouzja has
13.
13 minutes, almost 14. So going back now
Crazy,
to the game, maybe
crazy.
Amruta, we can also have a look at them on the full screen. We can see here Prag super focused, and then we go to the game of Aravindh here, and in this position, he is still thinking. Amruta, I think one thing that Topalov has done really well is put Aravindh under a lot of time pressure.
Oh my god, he is having 5
Yeah,
minutes.
just 5 minutes to play.
Oh, by the way, Neil had a question in Prag's game. Can black play h5 over there? But h5.
H5 knight h6 check.
Yeah, king h7, knight f7, no?
Yes. We want to see magic from Arvind. I'm sure that Arvind will definitely show, says Sukanta Das. Let's hope. Let's hope.
Okay, quick question, Sagar. You are better. You have a piece, extra piece. Okay, there is
Yeah.
compensation with your opponent, but you have less time. And in less time, when your king is weak,
Yes.
if more and more the attack is becoming deadlier, then how risky does it start getting?
As more time that Arvind takes, I'm getting a bit nervous here for sure, because he is not making his moves quickly. These are ideas which are actually natural. You might think that the king is exposed, but once you study these sacrifices, you will realize that king g6 and rook h5 is a common idea.
And for sure, Arvind has studied these and he would know all these concepts. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, he might be knowing, but right now, because he's playing against Topalov and because it's such an important game, he's just trying to be sure.
Yeah.
But now only 4 minutes left, Amruta. While
Here,
he's
if
thinking,
king g6, queen g3, maybe black can play knight takes e4, says Neil.
oh wow. Hats off to Neil and his amazing idea, because guys, now queen takes bishop is hanging. If you take the knight,
And if bishop d8 check, disco check, then
I
the
take
piece.
your queen, and
And
then
again, f2 pawn, guys, that's an illusion. It's a pin.
so right now, Amruta, 3 minutes 43 seconds. He
yeah.
needs to move. He will have still couple of questions to answer later, Arvind. But yeah, if he takes so much time, he might run into some trouble here.
These young generation, Sagar, they have something very interesting about them. Let's say there is Vincent, there's Gukesh, Prag, Arvind, Arjun. I think not much in that though, but everybody plays quick moves many times. But there are one or two moments where they think a lot.
Amruta, king g6 on the board. Arvind OP ho jaye, guys, in the chat. Arvind has found the best move in the position. He's now attacking the bishop here, and Topalov is unhappy there. He's like, this is the move I didn't want Arvind to make.
But Topalov would have seen so many games. Like if you talk about classics, chess classics, the knight g5 kind of a sack. How many times like you have seen such kind of analysis? Even
Yeah, I'm
whether
sure
it
that he
works?
knows stuff. But then in every position, there's a small difference about where the black pieces are. And here he felt that the knight is out of the game. He's dominating it.
Because sometimes my question is for these players, as you said, he's experienced. So concepts which he would be aware of.
Yeah.
Maybe more knowledge about the concepts.
True.
Yeah.
Agreed, Amruta. And I'm now very quickly going to head over to Prag and see if there is any change that has occurred in his game. He went very super solid with knight f6.
Oh.
And he's saying to Alireza, if you take here, I'll take back with the rook or the pawn. Anything is fine. But if rook takes
Rook b6.
f6, now rook takes b6. But if you take e takes f6, by the way, he didn't take. Then if you take here, then now this rook takes d3.
Hey, but wait, queen takes f6.
Yeah, but it's a mate, Amruta.
Are h2.
I am covering this.
You should
Meanwhile,
ask the question.
Amruta, knight e5. Oh, they are drawing this.
Yeah,
No,
repeat,
not drawing,
repeat.
not drawing. Because knight was on g4, now he went to e5 and then to f3. So,
Yeah, drawing तो नहीं कर रहा है. They don't have a paper and pen and colors and all that.
oh my god. Oh,
बहुत ही
nice.
statement है. It wasn't supposed to
Very
be a
nice joke.
No, it wasn't a joke.
By the way, now Amruta, Veselin Topalov is thinking he has
Veselin.
12 minutes, 20 seconds. He has almost 10 minutes more than Aravindh, but I don't think it's going to be enough here to pose Aravindh with problems because Aravindh seems to have found his way.
I would still say next 2-3 moves are very, very important.
Yeah, Amruta, I'll just be back in a second. Is that okay?
100%.
Yeah,
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Ew. Sam is like, first time watching Topalov. Sagar bhai, kuch batao. Yes, once Sagar is back, we will. Oh, Arjun is also playing in Bundesliga. I think after both the games finish, we will go and have a look over there. But for now, Topalov is taking his time. It's a good thing. Certainly some pressure on Arvind with 3 minutes, a weak king, and some task to do to defend. He cannot be using, 2-3 moves and all the time. That is important. And slow and steady, guys, this knight on a5, if you see, that has to start coming in the game. Also for queen g3, when we have seen ideas like knight e4, similarly knight h5, disco, this bishop is always not protected, and that's why I do think that Topalov will make the move h4, which Sagar was recommending over there. h4 is the move. King g6, h4, rook h5. Is g4 good or bad? But g4 isn't it hanging? So like, if h4, rook h5, if you go g4 over here. Okay, bishop g4, you have bishop. What's the problem? Bishop f6 you may have thought. But I think bishop f3, bishop d8, rook d8, and black is completely doing good. So no, that's not working. Not working. White needs to bring more pieces, but look at this bishop blocked by this pawn since then, and after that also there is no real future. Like koi chance hi nahi hai. Unless black takes a break, no chance. And obviously black's not going to take any break to open this bishop. So this bishop is for a long time dead. Long time in fact. And this rook also for that matter. And that's why this knight and this bishop, they perfectly kind of compensate each other. Yes, h4 played on the board. Arvind, how long is he going to take now? Is he going to play rook h5? He has a few good moves here. Rook h5 is one of them, and also bishop g4 is a possible move, guys. I'm sure Arvind was calculating this and he has sort of prepared the move. But what will he choose now is the question. Yes, Dhananjay, bishop g4 is possible. Rutra is like, white bishop be like, हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, गैरों में कहाँ दम था. Good one. Like karo guys, like karo. We may get more people watching in, because when you will like, we have 1000 people right now, and the stream can get recommended to more people. Taking too much time, asks Avanish. Yes, this is, I would say it is, he is taking time, and he's certainly feeling some nervousness over here. And sometimes, the problem is, like, let's say rook h5 was the best move, it was easier. He plays rook h5, but then when you have another good move on the board, that becomes a challenge, because you're trying to see which one is better. And you're always weighing those options. Like all of you after 10 standard board exams, you would be like, yeah, science lu, yeah, commerce lu, yeah, arts lu. Anything else also, obviously. But things like that. Okay, now let's see. What is the natural move for Topalov? Knight g3 was the first one which we did analyze attacking this. And a good move was rook g5. So I think Topalov will not play knight g3 because it's in fact helping black to get this. Oh, so he does go queen g3. And if you guys remember, earlier we were looking at knight e4 ideas, but then this bishop was not defended. So at this point, knight e4 is not going to work because white will simply chop off this knight. Doesn't work. So what's the move? Guys, black to play. Kya karoge? Rupam says chess after 10th. Gaming says science to mat lo. Phoenix is like, how to improve in chess? I love it but not able to make progress. 1100 is my LO. Abhi ke liye, Phoenix, for the moment and for today, just look at these 3 games and whenever a move is played, try to start thinking, what is the move I will play now? You know, start thinking. But guys, a very critical moment here. Bishop. Oh, Arvind played bishop d7 very quickly. While I was reading the chat, a good move by Arvind. Improving his bishop over here. Look at this. The queen is on g3 and is there a disco by white? Where can this bishop go? Because if you take here, then I am obviously very happy. King takes f6 and my king is actually safe. Except for your queen, nobody else can do anything. If you give this check, don't worry, king g6, this is protected. Very important. So, यहाँ पे तो नहीं आ रहा है. It cannot go over here. It might go somewhere like कहाँ पे भी जाएगा. It cannot attack any piece of yours. So, wherever other you give a check. Oh, let's not forget knight g4 can also be very, very deadly. Threatening bishop f2. And you don't have f3 to attack the piece because of the pin. How can white increase more pressure on the black king is a question. Only thing is Arvind, bishop d7, a calm move without worrying about any disco threats, guys. Arvind is right there. From his expression, he looks super confident. Amazing. This was a move like, you know, while we were talking, ye ho bhi gaya, you don't even realize it very quickly. And then Arvind has 1 minute 51 seconds on the clock. Topalov is coming. Slow and steady towards time pressure. Yes, that pin on f2 is just simply brilliant. Maybe bishop e3 to trade the bishop, but what are you going to get after trading the bishop? You would like more pieces in the attack, guys, whenever you are attacking. So let's say if we try to think of a move like knight e3, okay, where you want to bring the, you are also controlling the g4 square. The problem is knight takes e4 and the queen is attacked. So if you try to bring the knight via h2, now how is black going to improve? I think this is the most natural move for Topalov to play, knight h2. And what can you do here? Yeah, could Topalov had played knight h2 and g4? Lot of questions here, a lot of possibilities were there to, you know, create this attack. But according to the engine, the sacrifice should not work if Arvind finds the accurate moves. Neil says, I'm thinking white should try to get out of the pin ASAP and try for f4 maybe. f4 would be very solid and very strong. It requires a lot of time, but the attack is fast and black has good ideas. Queen g8, queen h8 has been suggested. Queen h8 does look very good. Very good move. Because white, even after knight h2, there is no real threat over here. So one option is queen h2 and what can white do? Even if you go a move like knight f3, again you see there is no real threat. At some point you can put a piece over here, knight g4, especially when it is removed from the pin. So queen h8 helps that way. The queen g8 was also suggested, I believe should be good. Little less better but also possible. See? Good moves. Good moves, guys. In the meantime, oh, Topalov played. What did he go for? He went rook e3. Oh, look at this exchange sacrifice. Rook e3 directly telling black, yes, you can take my rook, but in return, I'm very happy with my knight coming forward. getting rid of your pin. And what if knight takes e4 now? My first question would be this. Because the queen is attacked, and if you take this, I take over here, knight takes g3, and then the bishop takes on c7. So, once again, it is attacking the a5 knight. This pawn is attacking the g3 knight. I would definitely try to save one of my pieces, let's say knight e2 check. The calculation can go on and on and on, and bishop takes a5. We might land up in a position after mass exchanges, something like this. But at the end of it, rook for a rook, bishop for a bishop, and black is an exchange up. Okay, so some moves. Bishop e3. Aravindh says, thank you. I'm just very happy. Gonna take that. He takes the exchange. Bishop takes e3. But f4 के लिए time नहीं है Neil. You don't have that time. Knight takes e3. I don't know if right now knight e4 looks like an interesting move. Will Aravindh play that? But Aravindh is down to 40 seconds. Topalov has 5 minutes until the queens are there on the board. Until this king is still, trying to be a bit safe. Yeah, knight e4. I like that because it's more of a forcing nature. It's asking direct questions. That boss, g5 is attacked. G3 is attacked. What are you going to do? Very happy space for Aravindh. Very happy space. Oh, he takes rook takes g5. Because bishop b1 was played, he pinned a knight, and Aravindh took takes, queen takes g5. And this time, if bishop takes e4, which for sure will happen, then Aravindh has a plan of going f5. Whoa, bishop b1. What an interesting move, which we did not consider. And yes, the best way to continue was f5, but Aravindh goes into takes, because with time pressure, you want to exchange your queens. It feels a bit safer. Practically, I think this is good too. Black is better. And if you count the material, 5 pawns equal. Actually, materially, everything is equal, but black is better in terms of certain things over here. The pawn structure, and I think the queen is going to get exchanged. Then your king is going to be more active in the endgame. Considering all these things, black is going to be better. This pawn is tied down because of the bishop. So f5 played. A quick look at Prag's game, by the way. Knight b8 and slightly passive over here, but the game is going slow. Prag is having more time than Alireza. He's having 4 minutes. Firouzja down to 1 minute 45 seconds, trying to figure out what are the new plans. And queen e5. He goes to exchange the queens. Okay, this is going towards the draw. According to me, Prag would be defending it. But for now, f5 on the board. What is white going to do? The bishop is attacked. If you try to think of anything like another sacrifice, takes, bishop takes, king takes, and let's say if you try queen f3, what's the computer's best move? Maybe queen h3. Because if queen g4, then there could be queen h7 check, and this looks very tempting for white. It can look very tempting for white. So f5, Topalov is thinking he's using all his time, in fact. But a better thing for him to is just drop his bishop back, which he does. Bishop goes to c2. The pawn is pinned. There is no f4 and all. But can you not exchange the queens? Queen g3, fg3. And king g5. Oh, that's what has happened. But which was the most natural answer in time pressure. You want to exchange the queens. You have an active king. But what was the best move for the... Oh, come on. At this point, Aravindh needed to say that I don't care. I'm getting my knight into the game. I'm going knight c5. Attacking this pawn. Deadly. This was the best move. I don't think it was easy to play. So takes, king g5, rook b1, and the position once again. Very unclear. Guys, anything can happen. Aravindh down to 56 seconds. Veselin Topalov with 3 minutes 40 seconds. What is our chat saying? But guys, this is insane that what Topalov has managed to get on the board is pressure on Arvind because of the time pressure. It did seem hard, absolutely. I think knight b7 was practically a very difficult move when you had such less time. So rook b1. It is better to draw now, says Ashfaq, but no, this position has still so much richness in it and so much practical chances. So f4 played by Arvind. Now this is attacked, but this is a double pawn. If you take over here, I think black is going to what? Play king f4. Can't believe that king is just that king walk. But maybe white will also go knight f1. The rook is on full open file, but for now all the 4 important squares are controlled. There is no real entry, but it is making sure that the knight cannot reroute itself to c5, because once if this knight would be on c5, at this moment the assessment would have been different. Black would have been better. This is the piece which right now keeping white in control. f4 played. Topalov still taking his time, down to 2 minutes 44 seconds. I don't know which one is a full screen, so right now I won't be able to do that, but yes, black is absolutely playing for 2 results, but in fact we cannot completely discard a white's chances as well. Knight f1. He goes knight f1, saying that if you take over here, I am very happy with knight g3, knight coming to e4. So I don't think Arvind is going to take there. What about the rook? You want to activate the rook. You also after f4 you get the knight to c4, but all the time have to be careful about rook b7 attacking the base of the pawn chain. As we have been talking about, the base of the pawn chain is always weak. It's always weak. c6 is suggested by Harish. And you want to activate your bishop over here. Takes, maybe rook b6. But this is defended. Absolutely possible. Keep thinking. Arvind plays bishop f5 and says, I want to exchange the bishops over here. Making a statement that maybe my king is active over here. And if I get my, again and again we have been talking about it, if I get my knight a little better place than your knight, and then I have a passer here already, my king is coming closer to your pawns. This is looking good for Arvind now. Practical chances, definitely black is better, because the last move, knight d2, wasn't so good by Topalov. Rook e8. He is eyeing for this pawn, guys. He is eyeing for this pawn. And this knight is making sure that the rook doesn't get entry. It is doing a very important role, this knight. Okay, rook b4 played. And now can you not take this pawn? F takes g3. Because if you go, yeah, he takes the pawn. He takes the pawn for a moment. For a moment, he's a pawn up. And if white tries to go knight e4, saying I'm going to attack this, black can simply defend the pawn. Whoa. Okay. Knight e4. Oh, knight e4 has been played. But then Arvind plays rook g8. He defends the pawn. Arvind is a pawn up right now. That too a very, very critical pawn, taking away important squares from the white king. It needs to come like this. King f1, king e2, king f3. A long journey. But by that time, black is entering. Rook g4. Arey, this is clearly better for Arvind. Arvind once again. Completely better with 21 seconds on the clock. Let's go. E-pawn. Knights are the best blockaders. But guys, black has extra pawn and the knight on a5. वाह, क्या ही बताए उसके बारे में. दूर कही but बढ़िया काम किया. Knight, it's like that knight work from home but absolutely dedicated. Absolutely. Knight f1. Knight f1 played. Okay, why not take this rook simply? This, you cannot create a passer. So possible. Yes, he takes the rook. C takes b4, and now the knight can finally go for some break. Luckily, as we know in knight endgames, the rook pawns are dangerous, but there is no passer, no rook pawn passer being created, so black is safe. Also, what did he play? King f4, what a move! Oh my god! Oh my god, guys, take a moment to appreciate. This was like the best move, you know, with almost -4, a winning advantage. If he wouldn't have played this, it wasn't so winning. Arvind finds this with 3 seconds on the clock. So Arvind OP, guys, B takes A5, and this is what he understands. E4, this knight, if you can see, against the pawn, cannot defend everything. Oh my god, what a classy finish we are heading towards. Unstoppable pawn. Look at the king. This is over, guys. This is over. If the knight moves e2, the pawns have made a prison for that king, white king. The king comes in and this is over. Oh my god. Look at this. This pawn cannot move. This pawn cannot move. This king, like, it's a zugzwang. You go here, I go here, you go over here. What? Maybe I just actually go and capture this. You can do nothing. You cannot attack the pawn. Oh my god. What a beautiful finish. King f4 is hats off, man. मतलब hats off. Brilliancy. क्या चल रहा है चैट में? Guys, कैसी लगी King f4? मैं तो I was shocked for a moment. I thought, okay, maybe some error or something. A5, knight is attacked, B4 से ऐसे कैसे directly चला जाएगा? But Arvind absolutely on his toes. Yeah, this will be a resign, but a beautiful finish and done. Oh, look at Topalov. He's like, ooh, wow, I did get the full screen over here. Okay, guys, so Arvind beats Topalov, an amazing result, amazing game and a classy finish. So Arvind OP ho jaye. In the meantime, we have a news coming. Arjun drew, but let's go to Pragg versus Alireza Firouzja. Oh my god, Pragg is in trouble. But Firouzja has only 2 seconds on the clock. 1 second. He plays c takes d5 and he makes a mistake. He had to go c5. He had to play c5. The material was equal over here and he had advantage because rook was coming to d6. d5 pawn was weak and a4 was also protected by the queen, but he goes c takes d5 and Pragg is back in the game. He captures the pawn. Rook b5. a5 is attacked again. A5 is attacked, but he goes queen a8, defends the a5 pawn, and such less material on the board. Also, the queen over here, black would try to bring the rook on the back rank. This is safe. Maybe it was just a moment. Yeah, it was always equal, and maybe this is where it was missed. This is where I think both of them missed the move c5, which could have given advantage to Firouzja. But Firouzja at that point of time was down to 2 seconds. And now h4. Firouzja saying that no draw. I'm going to try to fight because I have more space on the king side. So king goes to h2. And now if black tries to go rook e1, guys, what will white play? If rook e1, you don't have time. But let me quickly tell you, rook b8 check and your queen would be in a problem. So queen e4, nice move by Pragg. If queens get exchanged with takes and rook takes a5, rook takes g4, that would be a drawn rook endgame. So Firouzja goes king g3. Ooh, but now you can also give a check. A queen h1. Yeah, he's going to go for a perpetual over there. Queen h1. 9 seconds. 8, 7. Firouzja low on time. I think this is going towards a draw and queen f3. Just to check queen g1. After king h3, maybe you have queen f1. Ooh, and we also have a news incoming. Harshit won. But that was the first round, yeah. Queen f1 check. This game is going towards a draw. Okay, will Firouzja repeat over here? Is he going to try and grow? Because objectively, it's a drawn position. Objectively, yes. Yeah. Check, check. Yeah, he goes king g3. Prag thinks for a moment. Now queen g1 check would be a draw. In fact, it would be... Wait, yeah, queen g1 once. Second time, yeah. Now queen g1 would be a draw. I don't know if he has to call the arbiter over here or just give a check. We'll see. Oh, what? What? Prag is fighting. Oh my god, look at this. Prag putting pressure. But objectively, it's a drawn position. But Prag says no draw. Rook d3 is my threat. Has it kind of surprised Firouzja? No, he goes rook b3, controls the third rank, which is kind of a dangerous one. Prag gives a check again. I think now Prag will give a check again. Check, 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 check. Is he going to gain some time and again try to come up with another move? Whoa, whoa. The suspense is intense. Yes. Yes, Neil. That is... I mean, we didn't expect. We thought abhi to draw ho raha hai. But maybe abhi ho raha hai. Yeah, abhi bhi nahi. Prag, what's the plan? Oh my goodness, blundered. Oh my god, he cannot defend the f7. Queen f1 check and queen c4. Wait a second, what's wrong? How is rook d3 not a problem? King h2, and now if you go queen c4, there is queen f6 attacking this and threatening a mate, and you don't have rook d8. But the queen is defending. Wait. He has blundered big time. Oh, Alireza finds it. Arey. How do you stop the mate? Oh my god, look at Prag. He's like, what did I do? It was a draw over there and finally the black king. Oh, that was an overstretch. Objectively an overstretch. You know what? Prag would have thought that there is no way, anyway I can mess this up. It was no way. You see, it was this position over here. When he played rook d3 and we were like, okay, he is putting some pressure. Rook went to b3 and he always thought he had this check in hand. But the back rank was weak. Oh my god, this is so heartbreaking. This is really a big shock. Very big shock. Very big shock, Sagar. Like, most shocking moment.
Wow. What happened?
Because here it was like, we thought it's a draw now, you know, check. They repeated, it was actually repeated thrice, almost like if here he gives a check thrice and it's draw. He goes rook d8 with the idea of rook d3, rook b3 and then again gives a check. And we think, okay, maybe he's again going to give check and a draw.
Did he lose on time?
He goes rook d4. A big blunder. Can you spot it? Or do you know it?
I saw the move, rook b7.
But even rook b7, you always think that what's the problem? Check, king h2, queen c4.
Queen f6.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't go rook d8 to stop the mate. You can't go queen c8 because d4 is hanging and f7 is also hanging. And you just cannot stop this mate. Even if you play h6, there is check and mate.
Prag wanted the full point.
Or maybe for a moment you just, surprise the opponent a bit and you can repeat again. He couldn't believe it. I mean, we couldn't believe it. It's something... Oh. Crazy. No, this is going to hurt. This is going to hurt because he's like, what did I do? Why did I have to do it? It wasn't even like any initiative for him.
Yeah. Actually, Amruta, this loss will definitely be very, very painful. We had seen the standings list right now here after day one. Yeah, that was. So we did see that Fedoseev was at 5 points, and now if you see Amruta, Alireza will move to 6 points because every win has 2 points here in Rapid. Prague will remain on 4, and we also need to see what happened with.
I'll get some water.
Yeah, this is full water.
Ah.
So basically, Levon won, and we also have Fedoseev who drew. So Fedoseev and Alireza are now in the lead.
Oh, Fedoseev and Alireza. Oh,
Yeah.
and Arvind won. By the way, did you by any chance see the last? Okay, can you close your eyes?
Yeah.
Okay, the game is still going on, but it's a
Draw.
draw. Okay, I'll ask you one question in Arvind's game.
Philidor.
Oh, this is a good moment, and maybe you can explain the chat, no?
No, it's fine.
Guys, this is a Philidor rook endgame theoretical endgame. Like if you find in the books, it says this is a draw. How to draw is a question over here. Whenever the pawn is pushed, it's more like there is no shelter. And then the rook goes back and gives check from behind. And then that is how you will have a draw. But let's wait. But Alireza, yeah, he was very much, alert for this even slightest tactical opportunity.
By the way, it's a nice position here. It's going to end in a stalemate.
Yeah. A position
Yes,
if you
by
see.
the way, guys, huge news coming in. Ivanchuk did win the Menorca Open by beating Pranesh in the last round. So that's a huge, huge result.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, Ivanchuk, because to also beat all these talented.
Arey, ask the question, no.
That's what I'm asking. Once again, don't.
Yeah, I am closing my eyes and you are talking.
Oops, wait. So, yeah, eyes are closed. 1 second. So over here, okay.
Hmm.
So over here, Rook B4 was played, CB4 was played. And where will you go?
King F4. With the idea of E4, E3, E2.
Wow, Sagar. Good form.
9, 9, E2. And now King E3.
King E3 के बाद आगे कुछ ज़्यादा मतलब obviously you still have this.
But no, now
You
he's
can
tied
even
up.
take-
No, completely the white king. So now I can go King E4 and
हाँ मतलब the king can पूरा he can roam all the board, take all the time, irritate black. Obviously. Whew. Oh my god. But that was too quick. Very quick.
yeah, because you asked me, I realized that otherwise I would have.
Yeah, for strong players, guys, this is the whole point. Like, this is the moment you have to find. And then it's very quick for them sometimes. That's already one hint.
By the way, Levon Aronian did beat Deac Bogdan, and that seems like a big result today because you remember yesterday Deac did beat Praggnanandhaa. By the way, he had a rook and 3 pieces for a queen. Wow. Levon just gave up the pawn like that and look at this, Amruta.
6:56 p.m. in India, guys.
I can't
Not
believe
sure
it.
where you all are, but right now, sun is setting. One moment.
Deac was clearly better. And then got clearly worse. Oh. Check. And guys, what's the winning move here for white? White to move and win. Yes. Chess professional Shrikar Jash F6. Prasad Thakre Rudra Khatri. It's all over. मैं स्टॉप किया.
एक ही किया है क्या?
हाँ
एक ही किया
क्या
रिकॉर्डिंग?
नहीं.
ओ चालू.
Guys, right now we have let me see if I can pull up the standings here. By the way, the next round is soon to begin.
बोर्ड नंबर बता.
Next round actually, Amruta, will start in 10 minutes. And yeah, we have the next one will be Aravindh versus Fedoseev. So Aravindh takes on the leader on board number 3 and Aronian versus Pragg on board number 4. 3 and 4 here. That would be interesting. Just trying to see if... Yeah, we do have the standings here. Actually, you just have to double the points. I'll show you the standings. So just loading the standings for you guys just so that you can know what's happening here. And there we have it. We have, you just double the points, 3 out of 4, so it's 6 out of 8 for Firouzja, 6 out of 8 for Fedoseev, 5 out of 8 for Aravindh, 4 out of 8 for Levon, Duda and Pragg are all on 4 out of 8. Also David Gavrilescu, Deac on 3 out of 8, MVL on 2 out of 8. He lost again. Topalov on 2 out of 8. So it's interesting to see that MVL is struggling big time here. I am actually quite surprised that he lost again today. And I don't know whom did he lose to actually. He lost his previous... he drew with Fedoseev. He was on 1, so now he's on 2. Got it. So draw. I'm really rooting for Aravindh, says Ashok. Yeah, he's right now ahead of Praggnanandhaa. While Pragg is on 4 points out of 8, Aravindh is on 5 points. सब ठीक है?
रिकॉर्ड करके आते हैं.
Yeah, this will be an important game from Pragg's perspective, guys. How are all of you feeling about this event that's going on? I'm actually quite excited and just wanted to refresh the bars so that you know what happened. Alireza won, Duda drew, Levon won, Topalov lost to Aravindh, Fedoseev draw. I just wanted to see how Aravindh scored his win. It's 2 back-to-back wins for Aravindh. Oh, he did find this move. King g6, h4, rook h, queen g3, bishop d7. What a tough move.
हाँ bishop d7 समझा ही नहीं वो खेला तो
Wow. I think the main idea was to protect it to prepare for knight e4. Oh. f5. Actually, Topalov had chances, yeah, Amruta, to fight back.
he had equalized
Wow,
but unclear ही था वो practically difficult है.
so good. And Arvind found some amazing moves, yeah. This, what an endgame. What an endgame. मजा आया रहेगा देखने को. Super exciting, great event. Excited to see all the upcoming rounds. Prag is going to have to get over that tough loss. Sagar bhai, can you tell us what's your most favorite book in this background? Oh, so many books here. I can tell you which book I like.
But I forgot everything. We have spiritual section here.
No, this is not qualifier to the candidates actually. It's just that you have to, if you win here, there is good prize money and so on. And by the way, guys, you can check out and contribute to helpchess.org. And I'm also going to put in the link of Gukesh's book, recent Chesspa Meets Guki. And you can get that from our shop. This is the book that we have here. It's a very nice book. A lot of people have bought it and are loving it. So I highly recommend all of you to check it out today. The first link in our chat is Chesspa Meets Guki, the Golden Boy book. And you can check it out and get this book. This book has the entire life story of Gukesh, and with it, like, very nice. It's for kids, but it also elders can enjoy it. There are 20 pages of his real life pictures with a poster and a postcard inside. Chandler says, Sagar bhai, who do you think is a better overall player in all formats, Arjun or Gukesh? Your opinion? Who? Very tough to say, but I do believe that when it comes to Rapid and Blitz, Arjun has had much more stable results than Gukesh. So if you have to see in all formats, perhaps Arjun's performances have been great. If we talk only about classical chess, then perhaps Gukesh's results are better. Although in that as well, Arjun has crossed 2800. But Gukesh has managed to win the candidates, the world championship. He's managed to win the gold medal for Team India on board number 1. So he is like really good at classical chess. Which esports team Gukesh and Prag are in? That's true. It's not yet announced actually. Which website for Chesspa meets Gookie. Ayush says Grandpa meets Gookie. No, it's Chesspa meets Gookie. It's available on chessbase.in. You can check out the link in the description. First link. You can also check out the link in on Amazon. So that's also possible.
No, Amazon, it's yet to
Uh-huh.
come. Yeah.
I think the players are just arriving, Amruta, in 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm keeping a watch. Just. Yeah, there are some good books. Actually, about the books, at different phases of life, different books kind of impact you, and then slow and steady. There are phases when you get in life where certain books you do not relate with much later, but then they have done their job. That's something interesting. What's going on in your life, guys? When will the game start? Right now, in a minute or 2 minutes, something like that. ट्रिग्नोमेट्री रूटीन ही ऐसा है कि हेयर के लिए रूटीन में से टाइम नहीं बचता है. In my life, I have now ice cream. Yes, a month of summer. Chess tips for first tournament. First tournament, you are going to feel all the pressure because it's the first time. There will be clock, there will be the whole environment, your opponent, everything will be new. So try to stay confident. I think that does help. The lesser you panic, the better moves you make, because generally panic really.
By the way, Amruta, we have Praggnanandhaa entering in here, and he is taking on Levon Aronian. Prag needs to kind of brush away that loss he had in the previous round against Firouzja, which was a bit unfortunate, and now take on Levon, who had a win in the last round. So he must be feeling quite positive. And we have Fedoseev here already on our screen. He's going to play against Aravindh.
Uploaded. Rudra says everything is good. Currently learning from my mistakes, and whatever bad things happen in my life, it happens for the best.
क्या बात है?
God will guide me to the right path always.
Oh, wow.
Knight to 4 knight says the more I panic, the better moves I play. Yeah, then you should. You might be the rare one. Yeah, freestyle has removed the Indian leg from their schedule on the website. That's the news.
By the way, Amruta, a handshake here, and we are ready to go. Here, he opens the game with d4, and we have d5, c4, e6, queen's gambit declined.
Okay, but I also think, right, okay, Arvind is in a very good mood. He won his last round. He beat Topalov. He's white right now. Fedoseev is a dangerous player.
A6 played.
Oh,
The
yeah, it's a
idea-
recently popular one, no? What is the idea?
I mean, to take here and then protect the pawn with b5.
Mm-hmm.
So generally, white players are taking now c takes pawn, c takes d5, e takes d5, and then the bishop opens up to come out. Let's see if Aravindh also decides to take. Yes, he takes cd, ed. And now, Amruta, maybe bishop f4 is what I have seen in most games that they are playing.
A little London style. In fact, Arvind used to play London system. Yes, yeah.
I think he has played for sure. Yes, bishop f4 on the board. Amruta, this does remind me of Arvind's game yesterday against Prague. He played this system with black, little similar. Knight f6, now e3 makes a lot of sense to put the bishop on d3. That's what he plays here.
Ooh, and can he go for a long castle g4, h4 attack like
Like
we saw yesterday?
Could be, could be. So while this game is developing, c6 played. Oh, he played c5 directly. Wow, that just changes the complete tone of the game, and you could see Arvind getting that thing like, okay, now I understand. He wants to push c5, Amruta, wants to get his knight out on c6, doesn't want to play passively, bishop e6, maybe bishop e7, castle.
And also after dc5, you are the isolated pawn on d5. So
Yeah.
do you take it?
Yeah, I mean, this take is also a very playable way. Knight f3, bishop e2, and short castle. But c5, I was also wondering if there's any other way to continue here for white. And maybe knight f3 directly to bring the knight out. So while Arvind is thinking about his choices, let's head over to Levon Aronian versus Praggnanandhaa. And Amruta, here we have had knight f3, d5, g3, g6. It's the reti and it's the symmetry, full symmetry. But instead of playing c6, which we have grown so accustomed to seeing in this top level chess, Levon plays castles, and Pragg was like immediately he takes here, not allowing his opponent to play c6. Knight takes castles, knight c6. We have this. This is known
very
as
different.
this is known as the Grunfeld, Amruta, opening from black side, and the fianchetto variation by white. And if you see, black doesn't play instantly e5. Earlier black players used to play e5 directly, and d5 used to happen, and so on. Now black players wait. They play rook e8, and now imagine that if I play a move rook e1, then they still don't go e5. They go a5. Sometimes even a4. Like for example, if you go bishop d2, I will even go a4, queen c2, then maybe sometimes rook a5, trying to control this way.
These are a lot of positionally tricky ideas, I would say, like hidden ideas in this.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Levon knows all of it. While Pragg is thinking about which line to choose, Amruta, there was one line which I had prepared here when I was playing. Yes, knight h4.
Oh,
and
Tabbi, you had prepared at that point of time.
Yes, the idea here is to stop e5 with the move f4. And so if you play a5, I can go f4. And by the way, Pragg goes h3.
Wow.
Again, a very interesting move. There are many little nuances here.
I'm surprised with your memory. Like you remember, because you last played in 2017. It's been around 8 years. And you remember knight h4 and all. Well done.
Yeah, Amruta, you can remember stuff, but then...
But then you don't remember important dates, yeah?
Yeah. When did we get married? Sorry. H3 played. And by the way, a good question by Srirang. When will you launch the Grunfeld course by Vidit? Yeah, this is something that I wanted to launch very soon. But it's a very old one that we recorded many years ago. But I wanted to put it across on chessranga.com very soon. We'll put this up.
Amazing. I used to say Sagar and Sagar sir, Amruta, but I'm the best chess streamer. Because of you, I learned a lot about chess. It feels like we are family. That's so sweet. Sweet of you. Thank you. Yeah, ChessBase India, all of us, we are all a family, guys. We ask each other, खाना खाया क्या, पानी पिया क्या, क्या खाना खाया, क्या चल रहा है लाइफ में, much more. That course is a lifelong mystery, says Aritra. Oh, the bars are updated. क्या बात है?
Yes.
Awesome.
By the way, Amruta, a5 is on the board by Levon. He pushes his pawn to a5, and now will Prag go pawn pushing to d5, or will he also wait with rook e1? Actually, that's the point here. Black is waiting with e5, white is waiting with d5. It's a very subtle opening.
It's like भाई कितना wait कराएगा?
बहुत ज़्यादा. It's time to wait here. Meanwhile, Amruta, look at Aravindh versus Fedoseev.
Oh.
c5, dc, bishop c5, knight f3 is on the board.
अच्छा, tell me, isn't it something like Tarash?
Yeah, very much. Very much so. Amruta's talking about the Tarash variation, which happens after knight c3, c5, and then many times we get this structure. Let's say if I were to play something like this, it is similar here.
In fact, black has got to move to a6.
Yeah.
And we don't know yet whether it's a good move or not, because the b6 square is weakened. So in certain cases it helps, and in certain cases it doesn't help.
I think in general it's a useful move here, Amruta, a6. But now I'm wondering at what time is it good to push the pawn to d4? Can we already do it here? Because earlier, if the pawn was not on a6, I could have gone knight a4 attacking here. But now the bishop can drop back, also could give a check. So it doesn't look great. But bishop e2, maybe I castle, you castle, and now d4 takes and takes and takes and takes and takes and takes and draw then.
Draw, I don't know, because I think he'll fight for this little weakness over there, and yeah, maybe a slight initiative, no, for white.
Maybe.
Or maybe not. Bishop e6 here. If you take bishop b7, rook, can't go b8. Be
Amruta
careful.
wanted to play here, but the bishop is here.
Rook a7, so pointless hai na then.
Yeah, then white is slightly better. So
That's true.
some problems definitely for black to solve here as compared to a normal position. White has very free-flowing development, short castles, rook c1, queen can move out to b3 or a4 to get the rook into the center of the board. Okay, so Amruta here, Aravindh looking good. For now, he's played his move quickly. Fedoseev is thinking. Let's go to Praggnanandhaa's game. After a5, Levon has made Prag think, and rook b1. We continue with this tiptoeing of the position where white is trying to provoke black into playing e5. Black wants white to push d5 to open up his bishop. But
So white is saying like first you play e5 and then I'm happy to go d5. Yeah?
Yes. And then Amruta, many times you also go e4 to open up this diagonal, and then I take here, and then you take here, and then I take with the queen. It's the way in which you
happy,
play.
very happy.
Yeah.
By the way, Sagar is Kunsant says, thanks for inspiring us to play chess. I got a sign from you at Karlsruhe.
Oh.
And I feel I got better at our office game yesterday.
Arey, bhai.
Arey, so cool.
Congrats. And a4 is also on the board. We remember we spoke about how the rook can
a5.
come and swing over here, and that is what has been played now. Let's see how much patience does Prag have still further. It's a game of super patience here. Also time wise, look at Levon Aronian's clock, 25 minutes 11 seconds, and Amruta rook e1 on the board. I won't be surprised if Levon plays rook a5 now.
My God, but 25 minutes, it's incredible. Levon's time management is amazing. He's keeping all the time for the critical things. Also, I think Prag and Aravindh have to be a bit more careful about their time management. This has been their problem, and at top level it's kind of known sometimes to put them in pressure, time pressure.
And Levon is known for his speed. The only problem with Levon often is that he sometimes makes his move too quickly and makes a blunder. That's what happened with Aravindh twice yesterday. He played this move rook takes b4, which was a mistake. Then he played this move queen c7, not taking on e4, which was also a mistake. And both these moves he played within a couple of seconds.
As we were talking about, jaldi mein you forget things. Like whenever you have to... I think one of the biggest blunder which you had done, Sagar, if you remember. You had forgotten the key, house key, in some tournament, in some hotel room, on some table.
Yeah, that's true, Amruta.
That is how...
By the way, people who are saying ki are watching, why is it low? Well, I would definitely tell you guys that even whatever the number be, we are all here together enjoying this. That's the most important thing. Now imagine a room filled with 800 people. So many people watching and following chess. This is what we have always dreamed of. And we are very grateful that we have so many people who are interestedly watching. So guys, do give your zone in. We are going to ask you a lot of chess questions. It doesn't matter whether we have 800 or 8,000 or 80,000 people. We will continue doing this with a lot of energy.
Absolutely, but like the stream, guys, so that more people get to know also. I thought the only thing which mattered to you that I am here besides you, Sagar.
No.
No.
I mean,
okay.
800 people also and you both.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. But I'm very happy that to have you over here besides me, because I was the virtual world was a bit too much. So this is great. You're there.
Yes, that's true. I'm also enjoying a lot being at home after a long time. But for now, this feels like a really, really good tournament that we are covering. But Amruta, we should definitely switch off the light from here. This one. Oh, ऐसा बहुत bright दिखता है अपन. And वो light off किया तो we can ask our chat.
Yeah.
Right now, see, it'll look better.
No, don't. It's okay.
Really, it'll look better.
I can't have so much less. I can't have less light.
No, it's not less light. You will like it. Look at this. We look so much better now.
It's not about the light.
No, it's light, of course. Guys, look at this. Now it looks better, right?
बोला कि क्या फर्क पड़ता है? We want to watch the games.
Of course, if that is the thing, then guys, we should definitely be watching it this way, here.
Okay, we will try. For me, it's sometimes difficult with less light. So we will try.
Okay, Amruta, got it.
I have had a laser surgery at the age of 18, 20 years ago. So, so sometimes I need more light. But okay. H6 played by Levon. That too very quickly played. 24 minutes on the clock.
We have one of our viewers saying opinion पूछ के मस्त में खुद ही कर दिया.
That's true. ये भी अच्छा है. Yeah, Sagar is basically, have been traveling, and a million things he has been doing. I think he will slowly recover, being at home, eating good food, and getting a little by little sleep. ऐसा सब.
Okay.
सब हो जाएगा, guys.
One thing which I wanted to say here is Aravindh. Look at the similarity between Aravindh and Pragg. Aravindh has 16 minutes, Fedoseev has 22, and if we go to Pragg has 15 minutes, and Levon has 24. So both Indian players playing really slow here.
Oh, that is something I actually thought after the last game of Pragg against Alireza.
Yeah.
Now he's not going to think. Sometimes it happens, right? You blundered and it's been a little unnecessary. It was like a dead drawn position. So you just come to the board, you just make intuitive moves.
Right.
But that's not the case. Pragg is thinking he's got knight h2, and Sagar, your idea of f4.
Yeah, this
He's
time
threatening.
not knight h4, but knight h2. And Amruta, now definitely this is
You
actually
have
not
to
a
go
great
E5,
move.
no?
I think E5 is
D5.
possible.
What about D5?
D5 now, no E4 possible.
So,
So you have to move your knight B4,
but D5 is protected.
and
Ek-
now E4. And this really blocks the bishop. This is what Prag's dream scenario is for Levon to push. But Levon is so experienced, he's not going to push it here. He might just go bishop E6.
Oh, come on. That's the D5.
D5 bishop C3 is always there, Amruta. That's how you are safe. Because now if you take back, I will take on D5, and otherwise I will take your rook if you take any of the pieces.
Ooh, okay. But knight h2 bishop e6 is one option you are saying for black. What about bishop f5? Oh, calls for e4. Very
Yeah,
bad move.
definitely.
Very bad move.
Definitely E4, D5 with tempo.
Okay, we have to keep in mind that white has one pawn in the center, in the core center, guys. E4, D4, E5, D5 are the core central squares. And that's why white, if he gets the control fully, then he will be better.
Yeah, not an easy move to meet over the board, this move knight h2. Although it does look very obvious that either play knight b4 or bishop e6. Like knight b4, the idea again is to control this square.
But now what about f4?
Yeah, now f4, and then I was thinking about knight d5 or maybe just
Bishop f5, e4. Ah, e4, bishop
Yeah,
d4 is a
exactly.
problem.
Queen d4 as well with a check.
Okay, with f4 that comes as a check, so you can't go f4. So things to take care of.
Yeah, if knight b4 and I go a3, then maybe knight d5. I don't know if this is how you want to play here, Amruta. But Levon is now burning
Yeah.
time, which is good news. Let's quickly head over to Arvind's game.
Yeah, let's go. Just says in 5 minutes, Harshit Bhai match will start.
Oh,
Arre,
all the best
kya
to
baat hai.
Harshit Bhai. We are rooting
Rooting.
for him. Knight e5 played here. Knight a5 by Fedoseev. What sort of a move is knight a5? I'm very surprised with this decision that Fedoseev has taken. And in fact, Amruta b4 makes a lot of sense. Hitting the knight. If the knight jumps into c4, then we can actually jump into c5 with our own knight.
Oh, 1 second. I have a question. That knight on a5 was kind of.
He did play b4. Wow. That is on the board.
That's what my question was. That knight on a5 is out of place. Do you want to go b4 and call it in center?
Yes, because I think Amruta, his plan was b5 and knight c4 next.
Got
So
it.
I think he's quickly
Yeah,
got.
yeah. He's forced him to go knight c4 and then knight c5. Ek second. Knight c5. So you're not worried about the isolated pawn, kya? Like bishop c5, b takes c5, and if it is attacked with
By the
rook
way,
c8.
knight c4 on the board. And he did play knight c5. Arvind showing some great class here.
सुपर यार सुपर पर मेरा सवाल का जवाब दो ना तुम
मेरे सवालों का जवाब दो.
एब्सोल्युटली बट अभी तक जवाब नहीं मिला रुक c8
Yes, rook c8 and attacking this pawn. That's a great decision. I was wondering if I could go queen d4 here.
वंडर मत करो रे व्हाट विल यू प्ले वो
I
बताओ
can take.
ओके
Hello,
टेक्स आई मीन ऑब्वियसली
And now bishop d6. This is what I
नाइट
wanted.
e4 के लिए
No,
टाइम
this
नहीं
is-
है
this is
हाँ,
hanging.
नहीं
Rook e8 and now bishop f3 attacking here. White is better.
गुड वन
Gudwant. So now knight c5 attacking b7 and e6. Chat, where is Harshit Bhai playing? Harshit is playing in the Sardinia Open in Italy.
Oh yeah.
That's where he is.
Started watching you all in Jan. Started playing chess at that time. I love your stream. Says Advaita. अरे क्या बात है?
Thank you, Advaita.
गाना कंटिन्यू करो सागर भैया says play piano. Maybe because he plays piano, he has assessed that you are a good singer.
Wow. मेरे एक रंग में रंगने वाली परी हो या हो परियों की रानी या हो मेरी प्रेम कहानी मेरे सवालों का.
Guys, I'm sure that Sagar thinks of you as a family. Only then he can be so comfortable singing on this position where the song does relate because of my question. But kya hi Sagar?
Thank you. Thank you.
हर्षित भाई ने नहीं गाना चाहिए guys. I don't know how many of you have watched on ChessBase India clips हर्षित भाई का गाना. But we have roasted him a lot.
Not at all,
And-
Amruta. He's super talented singer.
Oh, by the way, chat crafter asks Sagar, hello Sagar bhai, I am 1600 player but have been stagnated at that range for around 4 months now, and how am I supposed to move on from here? Very serious question. पूरा गाने का mood change हो गया. And
Yeah, I think in general, being stagnated is just a way to look at it. You could also just look at it as something where, you need to do something that will help you get better. So don't take it as a big sort of frustrating moment. Take it as something where there's an opportunity to get better, to find what you are missing and lacking. Queen c8, by the way, great move, Amruta. Not only defending b7, e6, but also putting pressure here to win a pawn.
Queen d4.
Yes,
Because the
definitely.
queen
That's
cannot
a
be
great move.
attacked by any of the knight.
That is what is going to happen here. Queen d4 by Aravindh. And so my suggestion here is to observe carefully what is stopping you from improving. It's a very important thing. And many times it's a good idea to just go a little bit deeper into it, not just on the surface. Try to go a little bit deep as to what stops you from, like for example, if Praggnanandhaa's coach was there, he would definitely see that Prag is struggling on time. But just by telling Prag, hey, that you are struggling on time is not enough.
Why you are struggling on time?
Yes, why? And then you have to go really deep, and then you might come to the conclusion that Prag is maybe sometimes double checking his variations instead of checking it once. Then the question is, why is he double checking? Maybe he's a bit afraid that he might make a mistake. Why is he a bit afraid? You kind of peel layers and then you reach at the crux of the matter that maybe I'm afraid of losing or something like that. And then you kind of
Yeah, I mean, it will be
Get
different
into-
reasons
Yeah,
for
yeah,
different people, obviously, yes. But this is how you have to keep
Many
questioning.
times,
True.
many times
And,
that-
and you actually mentioned a very good point that sometimes when people come under time pressure, they are rechecking the thing again and again.
Yeah.
And in my age group, there was this player, Mary, who used to play very fast, Mary and Goom. She has won national champion. And her time management was just too epic. And she used to say, I check one variation, I end it over there, it's done. And that's how it's sometimes you do make a mistake, but that is much lesser times than losing on time pressure.
True. And by the way, Amruta, very interesting decision here by Arvind. He's giving up the pawn, and here is a question for all of you. What is Arvind's idea? If queen takes here, why is this a blunder? Can anyone tell us? White to play. Vikas says, Sagar bhai, I was not able to convert winning positions at Grenke after 2 hours of play. I was very tired and found it difficult to calculate. Is it because of lack of experience? How do I improve? Vikas, one of the things that you can do very, very much is to indulge in a physical sport, because many times your tiredness is because you don't have physical energy, and something like badminton, squash, running, something that helps you get energized would be very, very important. By the way, rating Razor, Neil Modi, chess professional, very good, very good.
Yeah.
Knight takes knight, pawn takes because the bishop is looking here, so you can't take with the queen. And now this very cool move, bishop d6, where you win an exchange.
Amazing. Yeah. No, he's sharp. Yeah. Arvind is calculating, finding sharp moves.
A4 played. So right now we'll come back here. Let's go to Levon Aronian.
Ooh, certain things have happened over there. In fact, a lot has happened.
Yeah,
Knight
not much,
H2?
Amruta. We went to knight h2, bishop d7 played, then knight f1,
What?
queen c8 attacking here.
King h2.
So king h2, knight a5 played, and now e4 played by Prag. Finally, after a lot of waiting around. E4 is here. C5 played.
Yeah, the most natural reaction to challenge the center. Black does it and on time.
I would have played Amruta D5 maybe. Then there are all these problems with A3 and your bishop attacks here. So that's why he simply took and attacked the knight. And everyone was like, oh, if you take here, bishop E3, too much weakness.
Wait.
The-
Queen C7, is there a tactic? Bishop
yeah, of
B...
course.
Wait.
Bishop B6, Queen B6. And guys, what's the winning move? How many of you are awake? Right to play.
Oh, and in the meantime, I'm 2300 in Blitz and 2200 in Rapid, but 1500 in Classical. Tell me how to improve in Classical chess, says Ray. 2322,
Oh.
but Classical में 1500. Patience
Just you have
कम
to
लग
play.
रहा है.
You have to play, Ray. That's
No,
the
but
thing.
it seems like patience is also low. Like you
I
are
just
making
think
very
Amruta
quick
is
moves.
not playing much. Because many times you can't play classical
No, but
chess
he
online.
can play Classical as like Blitz
Yes.
also.
By the way, Queen D7.
Yeah, you can you know what you can do, Ray. You can take tough positions and calculate them for a longer time as well.
Yeah. By the way, a lot of people have given the answer. Queen takes D7. Brilliant job, guys. D takes C5. Now he goes knight B C4. So the knights are looking at B2, E3, D2. It's a very well placed knight here. And also next move, he might prepare to take here. Of course, you have to care about your bishop on D7. So Rook D8 might be the next move coming up.
Yesterday you asked a lot of questions. We got a lot of chat chess moves, Sagar. So today you have to ask questions. I think that really will help them to tough positions.
Yeah, sure. So right now, knight B C4. I was wondering if I could just develop my knight here to E3 to offer a trade, and maybe A3 is a very interesting move as it loosens up this knight here.
But you know, no, not this
Take,
time. Nothing
take.
tactical as such.
Looking good for black actually.
Yeah, no, 93 is not working. You cannot allow A3 like this. So
Maybe A3 from our end is also
B3 देना है?
possible, but then yes, B3 square gets weakened. So Levon is putting some
maybe
pressure.
this is the moment, guys. Let's try to think what is still the best move in the position. And I think even if there is no tactics, even if there is nothing, this is what you have to keep building. What is the best move in this position? Because this is the thing which helps also in life
Oh,
the
Prag
most.
takes the pawn. Amruta, Prag takes
And
the
he
pawn.
finds the best move.
No,
Sagar.
it's a good move. It's a good move for sure. It is taking here. But look at this. The bishop and rook are unleashed against it.
Okay,
There's
कोई
a knight
डिस्को
in
है
the
क्या? Knight B3 happens to AB3 and you defend. Knight C6 stops the attack by the bishop on D7. तो कोई डिस्को ही नहीं है.
No, there's no good discovered attack. That's for sure. But
No
I think,
disco, no dance.
I think the idea is to take here and just claim that black is slightly better. I mean, black is doing well. Not better, but doing well because F2 under pressure.
But you don't have double bishop.
Yeah, definitely. I
knights
think
are good.
White's position does look okay. So let's see what Levon has to do. A pressure being applied by Praggnanandhaa on the board, and on the clock, Levon has 10 extra minutes.
Crazy 10.
Yeah, lots of time. By the way, Arjun loses in Bundesliga. That's a huge news. I would be very surprised. Today they were playing OSG Baden. Rook D8 played. Now trying to put pressure here, Amruta, with maybe just moving the bishop out somewhere. There will
Oh,
be an
bishop
attack.
H3. Bishop H3. Direct threat, no?
Yeah, bishop H3, queen, bishop
No,
H3.
bishop H3, there is a counter attack. Okay, but anyway, why
No,
would
I
you
mean-
want your queen on D1, right? You want to move away. Like as a first thought,
Not really, I think.
queen C2 because A4 also you have to be defended.
Yeah, queen C2 is looking like a good move.
And if you don't move the queen away, then the question is what else do you have?
Also, Amruta, knight E3, not a bad idea because I think I take, and then you
Looks
said
like-
bishop H3, but bishop H3, I attack your queen
Yeah,
again.
somehow bishop H3 is never a threat. Very interesting, actually. Very, very interesting. Bishop A4, queen A4, queen C5, B4, queen F2 was tough. Okay. He wants
so-
to say bishop.
Here, take, queen C5.
No, Arjun drew with Naderbek today, says Saksham.
Yeah, I mean, today it was Fenheim versus um, Düsseldorfer. Fenheim is one of the best clubs out there. We can actually later on in the
Yeah.
break see the games of them.
Ooh, he goes B4.
Wow.
I think those two knights were such an amazing pair that it was irritating for white.
But
And
Amruta,
after B4, बिट्टू का भी प्रॉब्लम गया.
yeah,
बिट्टू
yeah,
आगे बढ़ गया जिंदगी में.
if you think about it, Prag is now not just a pawn up, he's also connected the pawns. He's looking really good. He wants to play queen c2, maybe develop his knight. Where is the counterplay for black?
Ooh, let me find. Let the chat find, Sagar. These are the questions we have to think from both the sides. In the meantime.
अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे तो आंसर देंगे, हर एक पॉइंट पे पूछेंगे तो नहीं देंगे.
अरे बट हर एक पॉइंट पे ही तो सवाल होना है ना.
हाँ, पर अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं.
तुम ये बोलो ना डायरेक्टली, बकवास क्वेश्चन है.
हाँ, मतलब यहाँ पे बिशप e6 is good, बिशप b5 is good. There are many good moves in the position. Even knight c6 is playable.
तो अच्छा सवाल नहीं है गाइस. b3 from white. Okay, that was a question by Neil. Arvind says Shailesh.
Yeah, let's go to Arvind's game now.
Family fork on b6.
By the way,
Both the games are very interesting.
both the games have
And,
this c5 queen
हाँ,
looking at
yeah.
c5. Knight b3, jump back. Knight e4, he's looking at c3 square. Rook c1, stopping it. And now b5.
And Ayush has asked, can you tell me a book to reach intermediate to advanced level? Actually, yeah, which one would you suggest? But generally, Akobagard books are very good as well.
That is for reaching from advanced to higher advanced level. I feel.
Pre-advanced to, yeah, maybe.
My suggestion
But-
for sure is definitely, if you have the capability to read patiently, then Arthur Yusupov books, which are
Build
like,
up your chess series, are you saying?
yeah, 9 books. You can just search about it, build up your chess, boost your chess, and chess evolution. These are great books for your chess improvement. By the way, Amruta, look at this. Arvind has now gone to d4. He's looking at c6. He's also trying to attack the b5 pawn, and bishop takes knight. Can we take with the queen? The only problem here looks like b takes a4 could happen. Or there is
But
even...
b takes a4, bishop c4
Oh.
is a problem, no?
There's a big problem here, guys. Black to play. There's a winning move now. This is the moment to think. This is the moment when you can try to figure out, and we will try to also introduce the chat chess moves for you.
Time of Sardinia World Chess Festival 2025 round 2 has changed to 8 p.m. from 7:30. Okay, just so that basically Harshit was going to play in 5 minutes is now going to play some more time. And I think not just Harshit, guys, there is Leon also is playing. I mean, there are many good players from India who have gone there and playing.
Oh, there's SL Narayanan, there's Leon Mendonça.
Knight ED2. Okay.
Yes, who
E2.
answered this? Knight ED2.
Knight ED2 by Neil. Trigonometry.
Trigonometry. Well done, guys. We have the chat chess moves here. Well done, all of you who have answered. This is going to be a lot of fun. Knight ED2 on the board. If it happens, it's so much pain because you bring your rook here, which is attacked. And now for, let's ask at least 10 of you to answer this. Black to play. What do you do? Are you able to spot your tactics here? Let's go for it, guys. Black to play. What's the winning move here?
There is so much pain. Guys, do you know in French, I think for pain means bread, I think.
Yes, Amruta, we are seeing that our chat is now warming up to this idea of finding the moves. Knight b3 is the correct move. Rating Razor, Chess Professional, Ivan Yifan, Rudra Khatri, Trigonometry, Body Mind Link, Neil Modi, Ayush Paithane, Nidhi Suresh Babu, Nupur Srivastav. Well done, all of you. Getting back to the game, I don't think Arvind played queen d4. He took with the pawn, which is the best move. Queen b7 and knight d3. I think it's very tough to beat Vladimir Fedoseev. He's playing so well.
Okay, but here the main imbalance is double bishop for white. So that light square bishop for black on e6 is a defender, and some point bishop on f3. There is some initiative which can happen, but the knights are very well placed for black.
Oh, this is such a beautiful knight.
Beautiful. Like,
and
you
Amruta,
cannot
now
take it
there
away.
is a big threat later. If this knight moves, then knight b2 to win the a4 pawn, as now the knight is no longer pinned.
Absolutely. Okay, anything can happen over here. But let's quickly move to Prag's game. Because Prag is down to 5 minutes. Levon having 16 minutes.
What the hell is happening? Look at this, Amruta. After queen c2, this happened. Bishop b5, he played. He attacked the queen. The queen came to c2. Knight went back. Now attacking b4 and trying to come to d4. Knight c3 was played. Also, of course, attacking a4. Knight d4, attacking the queen.
Oh God, the black knights look so deadly.
Knight e2.
Wow, look at this disco. First disco, okay, knight e2. If queen takes e2, then there will be a second disco, guys. What is that?
Oh, by the way, Prag jumps in with his knight to the center of the board. It's a crazily complex game. Right now, there is no disco.
What is the move, guys?
Just take.
Oh, not knight e3 or anything, yeah?
No, just take, attack here. This is very, very good.
Now knight a3 is also threatened.
Exactly. So that's the reason why Prag jumps in with his knight and he says that, hey, your knight is hanging here on e2. So maybe the move is knight c1.
Oh, yeah, knight e...
But there is a check in between. So the only move to stay in the game, to keep the game in balance, is now rook takes knight.
यही तो move पूछो हमको. These are the tough moves, Sagar. You can ask us. So
and
that
now
we can
what's
improve.
the move? Now what's the move for black?
तभी भी पूछो, अभी भी पूछो, पूछते रहो. Just keep us asking. सवालों का जवाब दो. सवालों पूछो, सवालों.
Guys, black to play here. What's the point of rook d5? I believe you all can see it here.
In the meantime, all those who want to improve, do check out Nightbot, who says check out Chess Ranga to improve your chess.
Absolutely.
And also, guys, if you like these series, then there are these series by Sagar where Slow and Steady with Biswa and a few such very nice limited series, a clear-cut day-to-day videos which you can watch, improving your chess, 100 episodes. Learn chess from classics is a very nice one. You learn history helps you to get interested in things more.
Yes, and by the way, Amruta, Knight C3 by Josh, Ray, Chess Pune, Rating Razor, Chess Professional, Jojo, Rudra Khatri, Peak Potential, Aruna Goyal, Pitbull ChessBase. Well done, guys. Knight to C3 is the move. It's an amazing move. It forks the pieces here and it is correct. So that's how things could happen. Oh, by the way, Amruta, he went directly Knight C3. This is an insane game. You can see.
Yeah, everything is hanging at some point. Like, there are discos, there are pins, things are hanging, there are counterattacks. Craziness going on.
Yeah, so if I take now Knight E7 check, you let's say play King H7. Now my queen is hanging, my rook is hanging, so I must take your queen. So now you take my queen.
And Knight B6, then you have Knight B6, okay?
Yeah, if Knight B6, then Knight B6 and black is okay.
Wait. No.
So not Knight B6 here, but something else. I could go Knight D6.
So that I cut you from the rook and knight support.
White is better here. So maybe Amruta, I shouldn't take here with the knight. I should take with the rook. And then rook takes, knight takes. And we reach this position.
Bishop F4.
Sorry?
Bishop F4.
But this is... then you want to take here.
But no, you have Knight F2 also the problem. Sorry.
Yeah, even Knight C3, Amruta. Take here and take here.
Very bad.
But instead of that, we could,
Knight B6 or
play
Knight
D6.
Again.
By the way, he moves his queen away. He doesn't even take here. He goes Queen B3. Now wants the full queen.
Okay, but Sagar, this position, if Prag gets too low on time,
No, but
it
he
is
has to
very going to be
calculate.
very difficult.
Imagine, Amruta, if knight takes knight, pawn takes, it feels like already white is super better, right?
Yeah, there is literally no threat from black and such a solid center. D file is closed. You are happy.
Yeah, and the
Done.
bishop protects the pawn. So actually for Levon, the threat now is knight e7. He can't take here. The threat is also to take here. Only move once again, Amruta, is to take and take on b1. I was wondering, but that's also blunder. As after queen takes b1, white is clearly winning here. So big moment here after rook d5, ed5. Black has only one move.
Wait.
One move to win here.
Arey, think.
What is the move here? I mean, not win, to get a fine position. It might be wrong what you just saw with your eyes, guys.
Ooh, Abhimanyu says, Sagar bhai, I'm going on 29th April to watch live. It's my first time to meet them. Do you think they will give me autograph?
100% Abhimanyu. Just go with the chess board or a chess, something, prepare yourself. By the way, Amruta, this has happened. Rook d5, ed5 is on the board and Levon finds the move, which is the best move. I don't know how many of you spotted queen f5. Let's see in the chat chess moves here. No, everyone.
No,
because
two people.
Rook a2 happened. That's why they saw. Trigonometry and Ayush Kumar, proud of you guys for thinking beyond that small thing that was shown on the screen. Rook a2 was a blunder. Queen f5, I managed to trick everyone, Amruta.
Ooh. Amazing. Man, this game is insanely complicated, yaar. And with the time difference, practically, I think it is very difficult for Prague. Like, as I always talk about the time bar. If there is a time bar, Levon will have such a huge advantage on that. And that advantage, along with this equal or unclear position, makes it better for black.
Yeah.
For now.
But you know, Amruta, I was wondering what happens to rook a1. Turns out that you don't even need to win material, just queen f2. And with this pinned here and the pieces being so active, gives black
bishop.
such counterplay that black is better.
Yeah, and I think white has to take care of LPDOs. So everything in a way is forcing rook b2, good move.
Rook b2.
Knight takes b2.
I was wondering, Amruta, if bishop h6 made any sense. Because if you take bishop takes h6, there is queen takes c3. And actually, I also defend my rook like this. But the problem here is rook a3. Defending here, it's...
Itna calculation, to you need a computer.
That's why he played rook b2. And now after knight takes b2, bishop b2, already white is better. But Amruta, there is one move that could lead to now a draw, it seems to me.
Draw in the sense like...
Repetition.
Oh,
yeah.
Already?
Yeah.
Queen d3 को क्या करोगे?
नहीं, queen
Rook
d3
a3
को कुछ भी नहीं threat. You are already material down as black. Look at this. You have 5 pawns. I have 7 pawns. And I'm...
oh, you're 2 pawns?
Yeah, 2 pawns up.
And still equal. That means actually the computer is favoring black. Normally with this material disadvantage,
No,
he has a
there's only
great
one move.
composition.
There's only one move now.
लोग बोले bishop a4. And then you go bishop
कौन सा लोग बोले?
trigonometry.
एक ही जन बोला है. Bishop a4. Well done, trigonometry. And after, now I have queen a3 and queen c4. 2 moves. If I go queen c4, you can come back.
Hey, but if I go queen a3, there is knight b1, no?
Not knight b1. I think knight b5. So go here. Take.
Bishop b2.
Take.
Rook e7. And it's like an unclear position again. Because obviously there is no draw. Oh, they played Sagar. Knight b2. Bishop b2.
Yeah, that's on the board. Yeah, by the way, let's quickly look what is happening with Aravindh Bhai.
Okay. Yeah, but at this moment, I think that one is very important moment.
I know.
We need to
Amruta,
not miss that.
Just staying in and checking up what is going on. Aravindh has gotten a good position now. Here has some chances.
I'm pretty hopeful about Arvind's chances, yeah, because of the Somehow d5 looks weaker than rest of the things.
Yeah, also the knight on
And double
c5
bishop.
is very good, well placed. So it does look good for Arvind, but time-wise, Fedoseev is 5 minutes ahead. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian has a huge time lead here.
Okay, he's down to 11 minutes and Pragg is having 2 minutes on the clock. I am playing a rated tournament in Anakpalle, Andhra Pradesh. I'm currently 1492. Please give me tips to cross 1600.
All the best for your tournament. Play well. Do your 100%. Look at the focus with which all these players play their games. Get inspired by them. Look at Praggnanandhaa. He has 2 minutes on the clock. Yet you can see his complete focus and determination there. I think that is all that you need to become a great player. Of course, apart from that, a lot of practice, hard work and all of it. But
और क्या बोलो लिस्ट तो खत्म ही नहीं होगी. But yeah, don't think of 1600 when you are playing for sure. Otherwise,
oh, by
always
the way,
difficult.
Amruta, Neil has given a great line. He says, what about rook a2, bishop c3, queen f2, threatening a mate in one? And guys, what is the answer to Neil's question here? I think, Neil, you yourself will find the only defense here. White to play and win. अभी क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है तो आंसर दे भाई.
क्या क्वेश्चन है? Only defense. But you have asked him to find, no?
Yeah, to everyone.
Ivanchuk in the chat says, did you check my performance, Sagar?
Well done, Ivanchuk ji. That was great performance. We are so proud of you. Knight e3 by trigonometry. Jojo, Parikshit, Ruchika, Praveen, Mohammad Shoaib, Jay Saha. Well done. That is the correct answer.
Ooh.
And so, Amruta, now...
You know what Yogic remembers? I want sessions from Sagar and Amruta where they taught Scotch Gambit from start to end. अभी ओपनिंग सिखाने का तो जमाना आई थिंक विद द एआई अपकमिंग थोड़ा मुश्किल ही है.
नहीं, अभी तक एआई नहीं ओपनिंग नहीं सिखाता है.
Yeah, knight e3 looks reasonable, says Neil, and everyone wants to go knight e3 with
Yeah, that's great. So now, for sure, bishop a4 is the only move. Levon has been thinking for a lot of time, Amruta.
Hey, but is this a draw? Bishop a4, queen c4, bishop b5, queen b3. Is that a repetition and draw?
He could, but he could also play here. Trade.
Oh, Pragg, I don't think last time he did not, he rejected a draw. So नहीं करेगा वो इस बार.
So इस बार खेलेगा या नहीं खेलेगा?
नहीं खेलेगा इस बार. Obviously, it will have an impact.
Well, maybe he's just a fighter. He doesn't like draws. Amruta, we will quickly check what is up with Arvind now. We can see here.
Okay, the life where bishops are exchanged, Sagar. So d5, in a way, that was a little bad bishop for black. But d5 has weakened because that was also a defender of d5.
Yeah, now the game is getting very, very intense because there is some pressure here.
Hey, but why rook e1? Because I would love rook d1, rook d3, rook h3. Oh, यहाँ पे attack.
Yeah, that's possible. But I think he just wants to push f3 away. Perhaps that could be one of his plans.
And also, sometime you have to be careful about knight d7 maneuvers, knight f6 over there, bishop e5, bishop h6 ideas. Okay, white has a lot of attacking possibilities and time difference has been, the gap is reduced now. Arvind has 3 minutes, Fedoseev with 6 minutes. He's about to play, he goes queen b6. But can you not go a5?
No, you can definitely push a5, but I think this pressure is pretty okay. If we can put even more pressure on the black position, that would be nice, Amruta. Either f3 or wondering if queen f5 attacking the d5 pawn makes some sense.
Yeah. Overall pleasant position for Arvind, by the way. And Levon played. We need to go over there, Sagar, because Pragg has only 1 minute.
Oh, that happened, Amruta. That happened. He did go bishop a4. Good job by Levon there. And then queen c4, bishop b5. And Pragg, Amruta, look at this fighting spirit by Pragg. Because instead of accepting a repetition here. He fought on with queen f4, and after takes, he took on f5, gf5, and now after bishop c3, it seems like white has fighting chances for the full point.
Yeah, firstly, the lot of discos and pins, you've got rid of many of them, though there is still something here. And the pawns look dangerous.
Amruta, I was
think
wondering
I like
if I
Prag's
take.
position.
Yeah, he takes bishop c3. Bishop takes c3 is on the board. Now rook c1, attacking the bishop here.
Hey, rook e7 is a blunder, right?
Uh,
Firstly, bishop b4 is also there. Secondly,
well,
rook
it's
f2.
not actually. It's one of the best moves here. And in fact, this is
rook
something.
f2, one second, rook f2 check, king g1, bishop d4,
Yeah, g2 also.
and bishop b4.
Yeah.
It's a pin.
Yeah, it's.
d6, bishop
I mean, it's.
c5, rook e8, d7. I don't know. It's a. Okay, it might.
This is just winning, no? Rook d7, d8. So now Prag is thinking whether to take this pawn or put the rook behind his pawn. And he goes rook c1.
And you know, he has
Wow,
very
he
low time, but he remembers yesterday Deac had very low time against him. So anything is possible.
Inspired by Deac. Yeah, that should be the way
my
to go here. Rook c1 played by Pragu. He's attacking the bishop on c3. And guys, do subscribe to ChessBase India. Do like the stream. Let's hit that 1000 likes threshold so that we can have more and more people tuning in right now. Praggnanandhaa versus Levon Aronian has been perhaps the game of the tournament, I would say, with all these discoveries and pieces coming together. But it's unclear who will come out on the top. He takes on b4. It's a good move. And now I was thinking,
Yeah. Most naturally, it does come. c6, rook behind the pawn. Only thing is, are you going to lose the pawn? And another question is, d6 also comes to the mind because b7 is hanging.
No, but this is great. This is great.
Okay,
and now
this is
now
defended.
the thing is, you may want to give up your bishop, or you may want to go bishop a6 with the idea of c7 and bishop c8. But
this
then
is
rook
lost.
b1 and rook enters. So by the way, king g1 played by Prag. Oh, so ambitious. So ambitious. He keeps this c6 in hand, defends his c2 pawn, tells Levon that I am actually winning this position. You may do whatever you want. I'm pushing forward.
Okay, if you take on f1, bishop takes f1, king takes f1, and white should be
Yeah, it's playable actually.
opposite colored bishop. So that is something which Levon can play. But if Levon also would be very ambitious, you know, the guy who generally has such extra time wants to, like, always hoping that white will go wrong.
Yeah, Prag is down to 30 seconds, guys, on the clock. In fact, not
15.
even 30 seconds, only 14 seconds. Look at this. On the full screen, you can see 8 minutes for Levon, 14 seconds for Praggnanandhaa. Let's quickly check what is happening with Aravindh Chithambaram here against Fedoseev, both in their white shirts here. Queen f5 was found by Aravindh.
These are the last and very intense 5 minutes of this round where both the games, something is gonna be completely like I don't know. I hope not a disaster, but a miracle.
It's possible, but Amruta, look at the back rank problems here. You can jump with your knight because if rook takes rook, you can't take here because of a back rank mate. He doesn't find it. He plays rook a d8. And now Aravindh slightly better. He can start with f3. He can even play h3. Just making a small loof.
Yeah. It's very simply white's pieces look much better and more active than black's pieces. That is the slight advantage there for Aravindh. And time is also managed pretty well. So, by the way, the game started with Aravindh wearing the blazer. But in Rapid, sometimes if you want to make quick moves, majorly players do remove their blazers.
I agree, Amruta. And now he's just trying to get into the zone, what to play. Look at that pressure. He takes on b5, ab5 on the board. And now queen b5 would be a preferable move to put pressure on b4 point even further. But natural is to take ab. Or you want to go to Praggnanandhaa's game. Let's quickly check what is happening with Prag here. Oh, they have made certain moves and they've gone into a rook endgame, Amruta, which seems like it should end in a draw now. We left it off with bishop b4, king g1. He did play bishop a3, rook c3, bishop b4, take, and we reached here. And Prag is still
Oh,
pressing.
yeah, because Prag could have taken on b7, yeah, simply.
But
And
that
rook
would
c-
have been a draw. So rook b7, rook c5.
That's
rook
what
e7.
I mean. This guy is ambitious. This is amazing. And you know, last round when he rejected the dead drawn position and blundered and lost, I thought he would do he would take on
No,
b7.
Amruta, the thing is, Praggnanandhaa is such a fighter. He just doesn't like the game to end soon. He wants to fight till the very last minute. Whatever possibilities he has, he wants to explore them. But clearly here, there's nothing much now. Rook d2 and winning here should be a draw.
Cool,
Should be a
cool.
draw.
Guys, like the stream. We have only 200 likes, 1400 people watching the stream. So let's go.
Oh, only 200 likes. Wow, that's very less. Please do like the stream. Let's head over to Aravindh Chithambaram versus Vladimir Fedoseev. We have a few developments here. Amruta, a b5, queen b5. Then came the move bishop c7 attacking the rook. g6 played. Queen came back. And now rook c8. Very good play by Fedoseev. Not giving Aravindh any chances here.
Yeah, but queen b4 will be hanging at some point. So a6 also in that case. But you know, when the g6 pawn is on g6, white has a dark square bishop. It does look like a forever danger for the black king.
Oh wow, that's a great point here. There are dark square weaknesses and it could mean something. Although the knight controls the e5 square.
Oh guys, we do have 700 likes. Okay, मेरे इसमें update नहीं हुआ रहेगा.
Yeah.
But then guys, let's make it 1000.
Oh, h4 Amruta, h4.
Oh, I
Aravindh.
like that. h5, h6 and lifelong irritant.
And what if I take queen b4? It's
Knight a6, no?
possible. Knight a6 is playable.
Oh wait,
We
can I go
also
knight
take on
d7?
e4.
But
Why not
I-
take on e4? de, and then maybe this knight is a bit soft. d5, d6 could be a threat.
Complex decisions. Or what? Is knight a6 a problem though after queen b4? Or is it a plain simple?
No, it's playable.
Oh,
but queen
it's a
b7
problem.
is a double attack.
It's a problem, it's a blunder. Okay, h4. And Aravindh has calculated and allowed queen b4. In fact, provoked queen b4. Because...
But only 42 seconds for Aravindh, 1 minute 10 seconds for Fedoseev. He took something. He took queen b4, Amruta, and now Aravindh shouldn't fall for knight a6, which looks very tempting. He takes on e4 with his knight. Pawn takes e4. And now again, d5 on the board. This variation is happening. Aravindh often plays like an engine, Amruta. He's so good. He's now threatening d6, d7. Actually, in this tournament, I'm able to see Aravindh's strength up close, which is very nice to see for all his fans here. You can see how Aravindh is so good because he's creating positions where his opponents can go wrong. And Fedoseev now with 1 minute on the clock goes knight b2, and actually it's the best move. Even Fedoseev is so good, he's threatening now a mega royal fork on d3.
Arey, but how to get... Oh, you don't care about it. You also threaten a pawn fork.
I mean, we could go d6 with the idea of d7. You go here. Queen is attacked. It's a tough decision. Actually, with only 20 seconds left, he plays d6. It's not a bad move.
But it
now
does
knight
give initiative
d3.
to black, no? He's gonna go knight d3 and
He
what do
played
you
it.
do now?
He played it. Now you can't go d7 because you lose your queen. So first you need to save your queen here, which is on f4. Maybe queen e3 makes a lot of sense. Yes, he played queen e3. Good move by Aravindh Chithambaram,
Is it an
guys.
exchange sacrifice?
Amruta.
Knight e1.
No, knight e1. I think I have d7, right? Or not? You can even start with this and say, hey, I'm doing well.
How well engine is saying black is better?
Little bit. Not in a big way.
Yeah, what about Prag is just to make sure like you can don't
Yeah,
know
he
it
took.
shift.
And by the
If
way,
it is a draw or not.
Praggnanandhaa
Okay.
game is
Moving towards
equal,
the draw.
but maybe
We can
white
come
has
back here.
some chances here. E5, he'll come back. But for now, rook E1, and now I do like Fedosiev's position. He's exchange up. He stopped here, but Amruta, as you had said, the dark squares are weak. How about pushing H5? Because now you can't take with the queen. There's D7. Oh, he played H5 again. A beautiful move by Aravindh Chithambaram. Feel his strength, guys. Feel his strength. He's one of the best in the world now. And Fedoseev also down to his last 30 seconds. Aravindh has 34 seconds. Fedoseev down to 33, 32. He
Crazy.
plays queen d7. It's a bit passive. Can we just plonk the pawn into the
Let's go.
heart of black's camp? H6 with the idea of queen f4, queen f6, trying to
Not
threaten
direct
a
queen
mate.
d4.
Maybe directly queen d4, queen g7 with the pawn here.
And normally when
He
you have less
plays it.
time,
He plays h6, Amruta.
it's very difficult to defend, yeah?
It's not going to be easy. I think here the position is balanced. It can go in anyone's way. If Fedoseev may even
Rook
crack his
c7
rook.
is just a draw.
Not really, Amruta. This pawn here, you cannot
But
be
you
so
are
sure.
2 pawns down. Rook c7, dc7, queen c7, queen d4,
It has
f5,
happened. It has happened. Take,
queen c7,
queen c7.
queen d4, queen e5. Okay, sorry.
He does play queen d4.
But then queen e5.
Queen e5.
Oh,
Rook e4 wins the game.
my god.
Take
What a
mate.
nice tactic. And if you take the rook on e4, then queen g7 mate.
Yeah, that's a great point here as well. It's a
Pin.
mate. It's a beautiful move.
What a
Queen
pin.
d4. He must play carefully. f5 seems like a good move. But still the king is a bit soft there. He goes rook e5, which is a great move.
Oh, but now rook e4, what's the problem?
Uh,
Queen c1 check and queen h6 check.
Oh, wow. That's a great point. And now it's black who wins after this.
Rook h4 and queen, whatever.
So here, have to...
Rook h4, queen h4, queen h4, rook h5. Oh my god, finish.
What the hell is Amruta talking? Suddenly she's become like Hikaru Nakamura here. Rook h4.
Queen h4, queen h4, rook h5, winning endgame.
Wow. Amazing calculations, guy. Amruta OP ho jaye in the chat. Amruta in full flow here. Rook b1 played by Aravindh and f6 by Fedoseev.
Rook b6, what's the problem?
No.
Same problem. Queen
check.
c1 is the problem, you have to take care.
Queen e3. It could go in anyone's way, Amruta, this game. Firstly, in Arvind's way, if Fedoseev is careless, his king is a bit weak. But if he saves his king, h6 this becomes, this endgame is 2 pawns up. King f7
Oh,
play.
अरे thank you guys.
Check.
10 ब्लंडर के बाद एक बार हो जाता है.
Queen d5. Amruta threatening now. Rook b7.
I think practically Black's king is much more in danger.
Of course he is. But 2 pawns is what he has in return.
Would you call it a static? Black has a static advantage.
Okay,
but
now
White's
Amruta,
advantage.
now it's a draw. How? Check. King goes back. Check. King goes up. Check. And you check.
No, wait. After king f8, rook b8 check, king e7. अच्छा फिर भी rook e7 के लिए chance नहीं मिल रहा है.
This is on the board. And we could also take and chop this pawn
नहीं,
off.
who is gonna calculate that? Rook h5 is always there, no? Later, rook c5, rook h5.
Draw incoming, guys. Draw incoming. What an exciting game this has been. Check king f7.
Oh, I
Aravindh,
know.
look at Arvind's expression, Amruta. He's like, do I have the win here? Can I play on? Should I draw? It's a tough moment. It's a moment of decision. Will he take a draw? Will he continue?
Oh, he
and try
wants
for
to
win?
play, but he's not finding.
Go for it, Arvind.
No, because
Go
last
for a win.
Pragg
No,
actually.
a draw is happening, Amruta.
No.
Meanwhile, Pragg and Levon Aronian have already drawn their game. So it might be that both the Indian players draw and there is a 3-fold repetition here. Although none of them want a draw, so they are not calling the arbiter. Arvind is like, okay, that's a draw. Handshake there. Draw incoming. What a nice game. Amazing play by both of them with a smile on the face of both Arvind and Fedoseev. Great play. मजा ही आ गया.
Oh my god.
Guys, blood pressure ऊपर हुआ कि नहीं? Blood pressure.
Please show heart rate.
Heart
Says
rate. By heart
Bhavesh.
rate
Please
of
subscribe. Says Lord's Ground. Yeah, man.
Arvind's heart rate was 90. Sorry,
नहीं,
160.
160 हुआ रहेगा.
And the players really, that nice in the end smile was so good to see of both the players. And they have left. And we have maybe now the only game that's going on, two games going on. Duda versus Alireza Firouzja is going on here. अरे क्या हो गया भाई? बोर्ड किधर हो गया? हाँ? Yes.
Hey, we can see Arjun का draw हुआ क्या?
हाँ.
Harshit we can see ना.
And Topalov versus Deac Bogdan is still going on, guys. Topalov, he's quite some pawns down here. 2 pawns down. No, 1 pawn down. But has so much of play with his knight on e2, rook here. Topalov could manage to actually outwit Deac. He takes on c3. Maybe knight takes c4. No, this should be a draw. This should be a draw. Unless something terrible happens here, Topalov should be able to hold this. पर guys, क्या ही game हुआ? Oh, by the way, I will show you the standings. Yes. सागर भाई, आपको समय what this match count to S8UL? Guys, ये क्या है match count to S8UL? Can you explain to me? Lot of people are speaking about it. आयुष से सागर भाई आज रात का मेन्यू क्या है? आई थिंक रोटी एंड गोभी की सब्जी. Oh my god, he blunders big time. He's blundered. Topalov has blundered. These are the mistakes happen when you are rusty. King g3, knight d3, b6. The pawn is too strong. b6, and actually Deac will win another game. Deac showing some great fighting skills here. Yes, I know that Aravindh is in S8UL sports team, but what does match count mean? Is there something? Rook a7? No, just get in. JE Main Tips says, Sagar, who do you think are the major favorites for candidates and could potentially challenge Gukesh? My feeling is that this year we'll definitely see Arjun as one of the major challengers there in the candidates. We might also see Prag and Aravindh. I think these three look like really strong contenders. Then we also have Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Vincent Keimer is showing some great form recently, at least in freestyle chess. Maybe he'll also show it in standard chess. Who else? I would say Fabiano has already made it, so he will be there. Amongst the older generation, I do feel that there could be someone else also making it. Not sure about Hikaru, but maybe maybe Hikaru from the World Cup or some route that he might choose. But he has said that he will decide about his classical chess career after Norway chess, whether he wants to retire or play on. Gukesh versus Fabi could also be interesting. Yeah, I would like to show you guys the games of Arjun from Bundesliga, of Harshit from Sardinia. We'll look at these games. Nepo, I'm not so sure if Nepo will make it, to the candidates this year. Of course, he's a great chess player, but maybe playing two candidates already, I think three, and winning two of them has already been a lot on him. Um, but yeah, maybe, somehow for Nepo, there's this dream of becoming the world champion that's very intense. Alireza, not sure about Alireza, actually. This year's circuit, I think it's too early to say who has the best chances. Prague definitely has some chances. Meanwhile, Deac has beaten Topalov. In the other news, MVL did beat David Gavrilescu with a nice win. So MVL back to his winning ways. We still have one game going on. That is between Krzysztof Duda, who's the local guy from Poland, versus Alireza, Firouzja, and Amruta. Only move Rook A7. And if you go Rook E7 now, you must take on A3, then sack your rook for the F pawn and try to queen the B pawn. That's how it's going to end in a draw.
Fabiano says चेस खेलने का मन बहुत करता है पर चेस स्टडी और गेम एनालिसिस करने का नहीं करता. अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर कैसे निकलूं?
That is a good question, actually. Many times we see people saying that we really, really would enjoy to have a very fit body, but don't like to exercise. And sometimes the question to ask here is, why don't you enjoy it? What is the reason for it? Try to understand it a bit more deeply. कि क्या हो रहा है? Why is it? पढ़ाई क्यों नहीं हो रही है? या एक्सरसाइज क्यों नहीं हो रही है? या
Or
चेस
even if they are happy to play the tournaments and let's say you perform badly because maybe one or two weaknesses are there which you do not want to solve by studying chess. But you're happy खराब performance के बाद तो ठीक है, it's fine.
I don't think they are happy with the bad performance. But you are right, Amruta. If suppose some point you just say that, okay, I'm fine with the bad performance, then it's
Then different. But yeah, comfort zone के बाहर सब कुछ तो पता है इसको. He needs to get out of the comfort
yeah,
zone.
it's but how to do it is the question. That's for sure. It's not easy. And I think sometimes, here's a small thing, maybe it works. Sometimes it's change of the way you think. Sometimes it's just changing your environment. Sometimes, that also helps, because many times the similar environment makes you react in similar ways. कि अगर आप बेड पे सो रहे हो तो उतना ही नींद आएगा. So maybe you can sleep on the floor.
मेरे को समझा ही नहीं और किधर सोने का.
Yeah, just sleep on the floor, so then you will wake up with some different perspective and so on. So, there's many possibilities. Yes,
You want to
Harshit.
take some break, Sagar, then take a break?
If people wanted to see the games of Harshit Bhai and Ajju Bhai, so I'm trying to see if we can open up Sardinia and Bundesliga. By the way,
Neil says
Baku
new
open-
study tips from Sagar. Sleep on the floor. Yeah, study on the floor, sleep on the floor, eat on the floor. Stay grounded, guys. Shreyan says, can Gukesh reach 2800 in Romania Superbet?
Oh yeah, for sure he can. I think Gukesh is right now very inspired to do well in these tournaments, because his last couple of events didn't go as per plan, especially the freestyle ones. And while he is not a freestyle specialist by any stretch of imagination, yet you don't want to, face these same players. Like, I think it was someone who's Fabi who said that he starts feeling more confident against Gukesh now after beating him in freestyle, even though it has nothing to do with classical chess. And by the way, guys, now it's a draw between Duda and Firouzja. Actually, Amruta, I do feel with Arvind, the way he's playing here, he's a very good contender for the candidates. He's playing strong chess. He is well prepared. He's showing great chess. So maybe it's going to be very exciting. And guys, it's a draw. Well played by Duda and Firouzja. Great fight by both of them. And you guys wanted to see a game of Arjun. So just trying to show you what happened. Arjun's team today, by the way, a draw between Arjun and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Arjun was black. He did play the French defense.
Yeah, by the way, all those who are going to be joining, there is going to be the last round of today. Sixth round for Pragg and Arvind in
Yes.
GCT. The poison pawn was taken by
Yeah, this all
Arjun.
we have seen this so many times, Amruta. This is one of the reasons why people want now freestyle chess is these games, where you have seen this was. I think I just saw this recently in this game of Vishy Anand. Vishy played this with white against, I don't know where it was it. Maybe I'm mistaken, but
Something similar, yeah?
yeah, it was some. Arjun has already played with Dominguez. This line till here. But yeah, I don't know if any of the guys in the chat remember this Vishy game. He was worse, but then he managed to, I think, hold it. And yeah, it just ended in a draw here. But the thing, good news for the team of Dusseldorfer is that they again won thanks to Wesley So scoring a big win against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. So Wesley with the white pieces.
Oh, he went as bishop c5, but he got into trouble. Oh no, Wesley was white.
Yeah, just got great position. I mean, just outplayed. Such position, Wesley is the toughest guy here. Just won without a fight.
Very solid.
And then Anish drew with Parham, Sarana, Javokir draw, Van Forest, Anton, Korobo, Vesipenko draw. So a lot of draws there.
These are over, but live में देखते हैं ना एक बार.
कौन सा live?
नहीं, हर्षित का सर्डिनिया में दिख रहा है क्या?
हर्षित राजा देखते
By the
हैं.
way, what's the board number for these two right now?
हाँ देखता हूँ. We have Harshit Raja taking on Ilai Zakin. Or bye. Amruta, let's do a small bit of thing with the chat. You have to guess.
Tell me the board number.
Oh, round time है अभी.
अच्छा, tell me.
Round number 6, we have Arvind on board number 3 and Praggnanandhaa on board number 5. It's Arvind versus David Gavrilescu, Pragg versus Topalov. So Pragg would be definitely wanting to score a win now today so that he'll have 1 loss, 1 draw, 1 win. Arvind will be looking to score his second win of the day. He did win the first game of the day today. With some excellent chess, he managed to beat Topalov, then drew with Fedoseev, and we also wanted to have a look at the standings, by the way. So you can actually see the standings here. I may not have to take a screenshot, but there you see. If I can push this through. Yeah, there we have the standings. You will see just double the points everywhere. 7 points for Alireza, 7 for Fedoseev, 6 for Arvind, 5 for Levon, 5 for Duda, 5 for Pragg, 5 for Deac, and 4 for MVL Gavrilescu, and 2 for Topalov. These are the scores right now. You can see that Arvind is very close to the leaderboard. Also, Praggnanandhaa, if he wins one game, he will get closer. So that's how it is.
I don't think they have any official freestyle rating yet. So no. Yeah, guys. Norway starts from 27th. 27th May. First time being so happy that there are more tournament games left today, says Neil. Neil very much into chess, yeah?
Neil, how old are you? Okay, Amruta, also just Harshit Bhai's position. I wanted our chat to answer this. We don't have the engine running here. We have switched it off. What do you think is the assessment of this position? By the way, Harshit is playing 2254 FM. He won his first round today. He beat
But Harshit is black.
2131. Yes, he's
Can
black.
we flip?
He has just put his knight. We can go through the openings actually. He played the Sicilian. And it looked like a very calm game, but all of a sudden, it became pretty sharp. Here, F4.
Oh, there was a mate on G2.
Yeah, there was tricky, sneaky Raja wants to get to the white king. F4, knight B3. And he's attacking the rook and the bishop. What do you think is the assessment of this position?
The only thing to take care is if there is any sacrifice incoming from white, like knight f7 or something. But if not,
I think it's -1, Amruta. I think black
also
looks really good.
okay, but I have to look
Bishop
at only
C5 and short castle coming in.
ideas like only f5 if they are there. But then you have yeah, I agree with you. I agree. -1.
Oh, it's actually 0.00.
क्या बात
Just
कर रहा है?
-0.1, not 1. So our assessment is too
सब लोग is
too optimistic.
-1.7. Harshit ne actually has made his aura like I'm gonna be better kind of a thing.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised here. The main thing here is the move rook a4 is really pretty because after knight c1, this is what I thought, takes. Bishop c5 check is what I imagined. But now after king h1 and short castle, it seems like this is just completely losing, guys. White to play and win. Wow. Tough.
Arnav says, watched your Ask Me Anything with Emil. Keep it up. Sagar bhai. Arey.
Arnav kaun?
Arnav Patil.
Arey, thank you Arnav bhai. I thought Arnav Agarwal who played with MR Venkatesh today.
Uh-huh.
By the way, guys, a small little note here. We have Chespa meets Gookie book, which has launched recently. Do check out the first link if you want this book. It is an amazing book on the life story of Gukesh.
Oh yeah, and there is an amazing poster inside. Abhyuday has created. It's beautiful. You also get a postcard. Check it out.
Amruta, they are not finding the move, or did they find Rook D1? Yes, Neil
Shubham
Modi,
and Neil
Shubham,
found.
Jojo,
Jojo.
Dipesh. Well done.
जो
And the
को
queen is
रुकती
trapped.
मिला वो बराबर है.
The queen trap हो गई.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
हाँ, queen फंस गई भाई.
अरे बाप रे, राजा ने अगर ख्याल नहीं रखा तो राजा की रानी फंस
But
गई.
you know, Amruta, if he takes with the bishop here, then Harshit is clearly better here. Such position. So
नहीं, वो light square
very
bishop is
important-
like a what to say, the main guy.
Yes. So Ilai Zakin Ilai has to play here Rook a4. Sagar, who do you think is an upcoming genius from India like Prag and Aravindh were a few years ago? Recently, I think there are many young talents whom we've managed to see, but no one who's very close to becoming a GM at the age of 12 or 13 like they had achieved.
Anish Sarkar is coming.
Yes, Anish Sarkar
But
came
it's
to my
very important
mind.
to see next 2-3
But
years
he's
whether
too
they
young.
can sustain
He's
it.
too young.
Because there used to be many talented people.
But none like
but
Anish Sarkar.
But
Anish Sarkar is truly unique.
he's unique. But
There is
because
no way that I have seen anyone as good as him.
No, but suno na, because he's got into it so early, the main challenge to see is whether his interest sustains
Yeah.
for until he's 8, 7 or 8. 8, I would say. Because, you know, there used to be so many world under 8 champions who later were just nowhere. And from 6 to 8, they really practiced, performed, showed talent and everything, but just completely were nowhere later. So that's why under 8, if he becomes a world under 8 champion, I think, then definitely Anish Sarkar would be.
Yes, Minasan Chiva says it's been more than a year since last GM. Actually, that's the truth of Indian chess right now. We have like not had a single GM in 1 year.
That's very surprising.
That's very long, but
know, so
we have
many
had many IMs.
Many IMs and many norms, I think, were
No,
made.
many IMs. I don't know many norms, but Amruta, the thing is, there are many even close to GM title.
Yeah.
So, like we have players who are like Ilam Parthi, Mayank Chakraborty, who have 2 norms. We also have Rathan Vale, who needs just 1 norm. Then we have Hari Krishnan. We have this boy Aswath, who made his first GM norm, has crossed 2500. My feeling is that once this like 1 or 2 start getting now, we might have 5, 6 or maybe 7, 8 GMs in one go. But yeah, it's been a long wait. I didn't imagine earlier we were like getting 7, 8 GMs a year. But true. Divya very narrowly lost her norm at Pune. True. Divya, I would also say Divya is close. It's just that Divya is playing such events where it's very difficult to make GM norms. Like she's either playing in these challenger sections where there are super strong players in Prague and Vaikanze, or in the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. By the way, tomorrow at 12 o'clock, I have an interview with Humpy for her victory at FIDE Women's Grand Prix. I'm hoping that we would be able to discuss some of her games, also her ability to keep on performing every single time.
Aditya Sagar sir, I'm preparing for JEE 2026. Currently focused on study. Can I become a title player in college if I love this as passion? Title player in college? Yeah, वैसे मतलब it's late.
Yeah, I think in general you have to go through the journey of towards the title. Like you should play tournaments, you should train, and you will soon get the answer. I think the best thing about chess is once you start playing, it gives you feedback immediately, and that really helps. Like when you are playing, there are online games, there are offline games. They give you your feedback.
And anything requires many years. Like let's say even if you start now seriously, but you are doing 2 things very intensely, then in a few years you have gained a lot of knowledge and practical experience and all that. And yeah, titles, it depends. Like it starts with FM and all that. So possible. Not impossible. Vikas says, I am Ashwath got his first norm at Grenke as well. Also
Yes.
won the Open A. Yeah.
He might be another player who will make it to GM title very soon, because he's just in that flow right now. And meanwhile,
Ooh.
we have Veselin Topalov, who's come here. Look at him. He's looking a bit worried. He's looking not that fresh, Amruta.
Third round for them, maybe a bit tired. I don't know. But by the way, Atif is saying, I'm currently working as software engineer. Should I leave my job and follow my passion of becoming a chess player? Ooh, that's a very big step. Of course, so you should, it's your decision, but maybe you can start, playing chess anyway on the side and see.
Guys, Praggnanandhaa arrives ready for a big fight. Meanwhile, David Gavrilescu gets up from his chair to greet Aravindh Chithambaram here. क्या ही गेम्स होने वाले हैं आज दोनों के, बहुत मजा आने वाला है.
And Arvind back in his blazer.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Look at what's written on his blazer. It's written Chola Chess. And guys, you must know more about Chola Chess at some point. They are doing some incredible work for Indian chess. e4 played here by David
Oh,
Gavrilescu.
Sicilian.
Cecilia, I bend on my knees. I'm begging you, please, to come home.
वाह, क्या बात है.
अमृता आगे तो गाओ.
मुझे नहीं आता है.
Hey Cecilia. It's a very famous song.
I know, but I don't know it.
Have you never heard it?
Yeah, I heard it. इसीलिए तो मैंने. By the way, Neil says he is 25. Didn't play much chess as a kid, but getting into it a bit now.
अरे let's go नील भाई, इतना इंटरेस्ट है तो I think you will definitely enjoy playing tournaments. And we have here the Rosso Limo played, Amruta. We have e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, and whenever the bishop comes here, this is the Sicilian Rosso Limo. He plays his pawn to g6, putting the bishop on the long diagonal now.
Wow. Yeah, and nowadays for Sicilian Rosolimo, everybody plays that. Like we rarely see open Sicilians, in fact, but this Rosso is not at all rosy, guys.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. It's a very strategic opening. There are a lot of positional pitfalls that both sides have to avoid, and he gets off his jacket. Like Aravindh is like, I came in my jacket, I wore it for a couple of minutes. Now I'm ready. I mean business now. And I've just taken off my jacket. I want to fight. Let's go to see what little Pragg is up to, Amruta.
You know, even now you have the habit of sometimes saying little Pragg because
Not sometimes, Amruta. I call him little Pragg all the time. I'm calling him.
But now he's not
little Pragg, not little Praggu. Because earlier we used to call him little Praggu, but now he's
Pragg.
He's 20 years old. He'll turn 20 this August.
Wow.
So by the way, this is Topalov Pragg. We see e4 by Topalov, and we will switch the black side here, and we will try to get the clocks interchanged because now we have.
Currently doing my master's, so kind of difficult to manage both studies and to play chess at any club here in Germany. How do I excel more at chess? Just as a passion, not career, but want to reach 2000 ELO.
Should we take this question in a bit?
Yes,
I think it would be very nice to talk about it. But just want to cover this opening. A5 played by Pragg. This is not a common move. You know, C5 is more normal. Knight D7 is also played. But A5. A4 by Topalov. Knight D7. Castles. F6. Wow, Pragg playing very sharp chess here. Because you see his king is in the center. His pieces are still not developed. He's still breaking it up. Bishop D3. Takes. Now takes on E5.
And white is, first of all, that light square bishop which was exchanged. For black, it was a bad bishop. And for white, it was a good bishop. So black is slightly happy. But it took some time. Bishop developed to F5.
Everything is great for black except this development.
Yeah, that is the temporary advantage, guys. Again and again, I am pointing out this so that it is a very important part. Temporary versus a permanent advantage. And this will.
Oh, Queen C7. Now, Pragg, is he by any chance thinking of long castling? I think it would be suicidal.
Oh, really?
I mean, look at this pawn here, B4. I don't know. It doesn't feel like the right thing to do. But I guess the idea majorly is that if knight G5 now to attack here and here, then queen takes E5. That's why he played Queen C7.
But wait a second, Bishop D2. I am not worried about the B2 for sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Amruta, that you are playing here. I was wondering if I can try to threaten checkmate on H2.
F4.
F4, Queen F5. Maybe I'm surviving here.
Yeah, just in time.
Yeah, just by the skin of my teeth. Queen C7 is actually just putting pressure on E5. Look at Pragg there. Oof. Look at his look. Nice. And so he is having a decent position out of the opening. You just need a fighting game against Topalov. Because if you take him into time scrambles, if you push him there, he could go wrong. He's a bit rusty. He has already had 4 losses here, Amruta, if I'm not mistaken. And he has had 1 win. So 4 losses are a bit too hard to take for Veselin already. And now let's head over to Aravindh Chithambaram and see what he is doing here. Aravindh is playing against Victor Gavrilescu, who is the Romanian player. He's the last seed of the tournament. So definitely Aravindh will feel that he has his chances. D4. And now he plays A6. Wow. That's an interesting move by Aravindh. Because until now I used to think, Amruta, that to D4 you either have to play D5 or you have to take and play D5. And here A6 is a little bit weird move. David Gavrilescu has had a better tournament than Topalov. He has 1 win, 2 losses and 2 draws.
So Arvind has completely given the center to white.
Yeah.
He believes his position. A6. The choice is whether white wants to give up his bishop for that knight. Is that a good exchange, or does he want to retain on D3? But 23 minutes. Arvind looks well prepared over here. Doesn't seem much of a problem.
He looks calm. He looks cool. He looks composed.
And last round, I mean, in terms of stamina, this is very, very manageable. I think if there would have been a 4th round, it would have been very tiring.
Yeah. Also,
This is
Amruta, from a perspective of us doing commentary here, this does feel
Much better.
easier than other events. Although, in terms of number of hours, it's in no way lesser than I saw like the streams in Grenke or the streams in Paris. It was the same 4 hours.
But no, over here
4 and a
there
half.
are 2 breaks, no, between 2 games, and in a way you can kind of. It doesn't keep getting intense. It gets intense for a while. It goes down. There towards the end you're changing. Like last 2 hours are intense anyway, all the time.
I thought that is actually something that makes you even more tired.
Oh, but maybe I think it's better for you because I'm here besides you.
Yeah, maybe,
You feel
Amruta.
my support side.
I think so. People are saying work from home effect. Vikas says, thank you, Sagar bhai, for reposting my post on Instagram. Yes, Vikas. It was very well written. A lot of passion there. Very happy that you could meet you there in Karlsruhe. Now, A6 played. And I was wondering, Amruta, if you take on C6, you take back with the D pawn, opening this up. And now if I take the pawn here, then queen takes, rook takes, and guys, the pawn is hanging. So that gives better position for black.
Kafi simple. Well, what's the opening going on Pragg Topalov? I think a Pragg Topalov matchup again, like, for me, never imagined like Topalov would be playing a tournament again and these players would be playing against him. I hope at some point Pragg, Garry Kasparov, we get to see this also.
Yeah.
We've
By
seen
the way-
Pragg versus Vichy in Tata Steel.
And also in WR chess. They
Yeah.
played a match actually. That was a huge one.
Yeah.
Because it was very recent and Pragg did beat Vichy
Yes.
there. Knight E7 played, Amruta, by Praggnanandhaa here. And if you see this little move that Topalov played, Queen E2, while it did defend the E5 pawn, it slowed him down a bit.
But Knight G, एक second, Knight G5 Queen E5 now. Okay, sorry.
1 second, now
Blunder.
Knight G5, Queen E5, Queen E5, Knight E5, Knight E6. So that let's look at this, because now I'm threatening here, but there is King D7.
Ooh, if it was freestyle, I mean, long castle is still a legal move, by the way, but it's not.
How?
Why? You can like rook on d8, hanging rook is okay.
Yeah, but King is passing, no?
No, but in freestyle, no?
King has to go from here, no? Anyway.
Even for freestyle, that is not allowed?
सेम रूल है भाई. किंग जहां से जा रहा है, अगर बीच में कोई पीस अटैक कर रहा है तो यू कांट कासल.
Oh, for
Freestyle.
I
Oh
thought
my
it's,
god, Amruta, you
I
commentated on
know.
so much
And we
freestyle.
never had a moment of such a situation.
So what's your point here? That in freestyle you can castle come what may.
Legal, it's legal.
For you it's the final position that matters. That's what you think.
Hmm,
Like you
yeah,
think if the
yeah,
king is
yeah.
on C, but it is going from here, right? So in freestyle
Yeah.
also it can't. It's the
Okay.
same rule.
Same rule, no then? Okay.
And I think Veselin is thinking about knight g5 because he does see that that would equalize. On the other hand, he sees that Pragg is coming with his knight to g6 to attack 3 times on e5. And so, yeah, it's a tricky moment for Veselin Topalov here. Maybe knight d2, knight g6, knight b3. Actually taking here might be a bit too risky, Amruta, because it just opens up the e file. f4 could come in.
No, this looks deadly.
It looks very dangerous. That's true.
So Pragg has a clear-cut, like immediate short-term goal: develop and castle.
I mean, if think about it this way: knight d2, knight g6, knight b3. Don't even think about snatching this pawn. Just play bishop e7 and castle. And that does look, but he's just in time to create his own play. That's the reason why maybe it's better to start with c5, stopping knight d4. Then this square is a bit weak, but who's going to come there?
Yeah.
As white, you have to constantly keep creating threats because positionally, black is doing very well.
Yeah, but it's also for the moment if white can create threats. So once black is well developed, then the same threats are not going to be useful.
Yes, true.
Amazing. Deepan says, Sagar bhai, your chess classic series helped me the most. Probably a very good series to continue. Oh.
Yeah, I would love to do it. I will plan it well. Do you like it in live or do you like it recorded? That is one question I wanted to ask you guys. Because yeah, I enjoy it live because a lot of people answer, but sometimes later on when you watch it, it does get a bit kind of slow because I'm taking names of people and so on.
Live. Neil says maybe black's king belongs on d7, protecting the e6 pawn.
Could be, but if I can castle, it would be nice. Oh, by the way, he goes knight d4.
E6.
So we are reaching, we were looking at knight g5, but it's the same line. You are attacking here, and I'm expecting Pragg to take on e5 with the queen. Pragg, if he's very ambitious, he might go knight c5 to defend. But then c4, and it does feel like white is the one who's going to open up the position and so on.
Yeah,
so,
no, this looks dangerous.
No, I
think queen e5 for sure.
Take. That's what has happened, by the way, guys. I'm expecting Topalov to take on e5. Because if he doesn't, what the hell? That's
queen g4.
So, no, queen g4, what? Knight f6, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe
correct. No, he'll take on
knight
e5.
f5. So,
wow, but he
takes. And I think Veselin wants a draw. But what he's doing here is to Pragg's strength. All those who have played Praggnanandhaa know his endgame skills. And even if he gets a very small edge, he's very good with it. Knight e6, now king d7, pretty obvious, I feel he'll go there. Or he might go king f7, not bad idea as well. He goes king d7. Yeah. And if you go knight c5 check to attack here, I can go king c8. By the way, yeah. So let's say knight f8 now. Rook f8, and this position, Amruta, is dead equal. But I think Topalov, who is known for his attacking skills, and Pragg, who is known for his positional play, this just feels the right position for Pragg.
Wow, very interesting. That minor piece difference also, white is having a bishop.
Yeah.
But black is having the king. Okay, tell me something. King is a piece in the endgame. In this situation, are you saying that you prefer the king in the center, or would you say castled king was
No,
better?
I like this king here. I like to put the knight here. We'll see if Veselin actually takes on f8 or he keeps the knights with knight c5. That's also a good place for the knight to go. We'll go quickly to Aravindh's game because there you can see
Let's go.
Arvind against David Gavrilescu. We have
Adapt says, Sagar bhai, I love your Sagar versus the GM series. Love from Isle of Man.
Arey, thank you, bhai. Yeah, I have to restart. I was traveling actually until now, so I have to restart many things. In fact, I did a session at the Temple of Chess before I left. There were 2 sessions. that we did on Rui Lopez. I really want to start doing something over there again, Amruta, at some point, some sessions or something.
Where?
In
Sorry.
Temple of Chess.
Ah,
Yeah.
Temple of Chess. And that can be live and then it can be, it can be something like that where online people can also see. Oh, Damini says yesterday's live was showing 1K viewing, but the stream had around 51,000 views. I feel this could be a glitch in the YouTube system in the live stream view count. Anyway, amazing job, Team ChessBase India.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's not a glitch. It's basically 51,000 is the number of people who watched. So when it's 1,000 live viewers, few people are going, few are coming, few are going, few are coming. And so
And
in the
later
entire
also people.
duration of like 3 hours or 4 hours, we have had 51,000 times people watching it. So bishop goes to f1. Amruta, I'm a bit worried for Arvind. The reason being that sometimes when you are playing with black and you think you want to win, you start taking a bit of risk. But here, Arvind, I don't know if he's taking too much risk. He's played d5. I'm pretty sure he'll push e5. And now when we reach here, is this position good for black?
I find it very interesting. Firstly, on the C file, there is the C2 square, which you might have to be a bit alert about.
Yeah.
And my bishop is going to jump to f5, rook on c8. Then you have a base of the pawn chain, which is d4. Mr. d4 can become weak.
Good.
And g7 bishop is well placed. Looks okay. I think
Actually,
I would not even
Amruta,
assess
g7
it.
bishop is a little bit under the weather, right? Because of these pawns. Maybe
At the same time, always f6 at some is something which you will look out for.
I think knight c3 makes all the sense here to attack this knight on e4. And then we could play knight takes.
Hey, can I ask you a question for e5? Did you consider knight g4?
Knight g4? What the hell? What's your plan?
My plan was bishop f5 later, but now if you play h3, then knight h6, knight f5, or knight h6, f7. Normally you go f6, knight f7, and things like that. But it doesn't work over here.
That's just
Too much.
So knight e4, but I mean, this is such a good square, right?
100%. Ooh, we did have already a game in this with Zaitsev versus Kuprichik. Hey, is he the same guy whom we met in Charleroi? Kuprichik?
Maybe. Yeah.
Huh?
I think so. Knight e4 played. And now David is thinking, let's go to Prag's game against Topalov. And king, he went knight c5, king c8, knight e6. So Veselin is basically offering a draw to Prag here, which I'm pretty sure Prag is not going to take.
100%.
Prag goes knight f5.
And Prag also has more time. 20 minutes on the clock. Topalov has 16 minutes. Let's go, Sagar. Not a single moment. Pause.
Take on f8.
You cannot shut up,
Rook
Sagar.
takes f8. No, this is looking good, Amruta, for Prag. Look at his coordination of his pieces. Nicely placed. King can just move up. Rook can join in. The only thing that I feel is this pawn on a5 could become a potential target. But you can always play b6. Then start pushing your pawn c5, d4.
So the knights are good. And guys, as you may be knowing, the more and more the knights go forward and find good squares, their power sort of increases. That way.
Yeah.
Like the older a kid starts becoming, the irritation he brings sometimes. Mommy, I want this. Mommy, I want that. Oh, Sagar. As I told you, you cannot shut up. Normally, what will the wives tell their husbands? Please shut up.
But you are speaking.
You are the lucky one.
You are here, so I don't have to speak too much here. We can share.
Okay, I am shutting up
No.
now.
By the way, Amruta, I'll just come in a second.
And then you will not shut up.
Yeah, I will talk. Rook e1. Rook e1 played.
Rook e1. Okay, the knight is attacked over here and asks, where do you want to go, my dear? Oh, guys, look at this. A nice move is rook e8 with the threat of black to play. What's the threat over here? Jaldi batao. Fast. Fatafat. For all the international audience, fatafat is quick. Very quick. Fast and furious. Oh yeah, Abhinav, Mohammad, Devashish, Neil. I can understand all your notation problems, but Sabarna, Tathagat, Rajkumar, Anime, Tarun, Dhanalakshmi, Kyahi. Amazing. Knight f3, and there we have a discord. Rook is hanging and a fork as well. So a very common pattern of discovered attack. So rook e1 has been played. I'm just 1000. How should I participate in local open tournaments? Atharva, that is amazing. Just participate. I think playing tournament, say one tournament, as much as experience and knowledge and overall improvement you can try to get it done. Utna it won't happen with whatever, how much ever you practice at home. Oh yes, HS. Sagar did speak about the chess classics that way. He has been traveling. Yeah, when he has been traveling, it's very difficult to do anything else. But now he's back, and of course there is a lot of back-to-back streams, so things will settle down a bit, and we will plan some things. But guys, speed was good. Okay, so rook e1, and Prag is thinking he has 18 minutes going to Arvind's game. Bishop g4. Knight e4 ho gaya either. Knight c3 was played as was being discussed, and Arvind goes bishop g4. Not the best idea, but white to play, guys. Oh, he finds it. David finds the move. What's the video? I should know. Khana lao tere liye. Idli sambar dosa chutney. Kya tha wo?
Chutney, sambar. Oh, by the way, such a brave move, right, Amruta?
Yeah, because this gives advantage to David,
no,
Sagar.
But think about it. If you take here, suddenly this knight is hanging, and then this knight is hanging.
Double attack.
I take here, and then he takes here.
Knight d3 nahi hai, shit. Knight c6.
Because the bishop is here, so you come back, and now he snatches this. And I think this is a very playable position for Arvind. You go knight a5, attack the queen goes back, and you say, hey, I can play this position, rook b8, queen a4.
No, but a6 is very weak, double bishop with white, and now your g7 bishop, literally the question is, how are you going to activate it? White is better, no?
White is definitely better for choice, but it is a playable line for Arvind. I mean, he could think about it because already he's in a bit of trouble here. If he takes on c3, then now b takes c3. Again, the same problem. This is hanging, Amruta.
But Arvind has 18 minutes on the clock.
So
Interesting.
bg4 a mistake actually because of queen b3. And while David, who is like 2506, he's showing his class here that I'm not going to back down from a fight. I'm actually going to take it on my opponents.
By the way, Sagar, what was the problem with knight takes e4, d takes c4, rook takes c4? Let's ask. Okay, maybe bishop. It's very simple actually. And then knight c2 is the threat. So, but if you go rook e2, stopping knight e2, knight c2, then this is with a compensation, and this is what Arvind calculated to give a pawn sacrifice, positional pawn sacrifice, have pressure on d4, have nicely placed pieces, but rook c8, I would still wonder if a3 is possible.
No, don't go so deep. Amruta,
knight c2.
My question is, even to knight e4, d4, rook e4, there was bishop f3 that should be considered. Because if queen f3, there is knight here attacking the rook and pawn.
Got it.
And if you do this, I'm already very happy because I can settle my knight here.
Yeah, knight is amazing blockade.
So queen b3 is a brilliant move. I would say it has really shocked Arvind. You can see here, Aravindh Chithambaram is now a little bit confused. He's ready with his move. He takes knight. Oh, he plays knight c6 without taking. So that's a good decision by Arvind. But now his position gets even worse after queen takes b7.
Okay, but that's a kind of poison pawn which is known, and you always have some sort of fear to capture such a pawn. Take your queen in the corner.
I understand, but Amruta, if you say A, you have to say B, and queen b3 is A, you have
Yeah.
to say B now. Queen takes b7.
अच्छा,
I mean, A बोला तो B तो बोलना ही पड़ेगा.
क्यों सी भी बोल सकते हैं, AC भी बोल सकते हैं.
Yeah, but then it's like if you don't follow up, then what was the point of coming to b3? The queen is not like super well placed on b3. Its main task is to win that pawn.
That is true.
So practically, if this was an engine, Arvind was already in trouble. But because David is a human, after rook c8, Arvind will try to hope for compensation here. And my thought is that he'll take here, he'll take here, he'll take here, he'll take here, and he'll play this position something like e6 with the queen coming out to h4, hopefully knight e7, knight f5, and try to attack. When logically speaking, it is worse for him, but humanly, who knows?
Yeah, I do think that Arvind actually has planned a sacrifice.
No,
I mean, a
Amruta.
positional sacrifice, because he feels comfortable about the position. He has more time, and it's really possible to assess it differently. We will know if David rejects taking the pawn on b7.
No.
Then we
There
will
is-
know.
There is no way in the world that David doesn't take on b7. Otherwise, what's the point, guys? Come on.
Okay, let's ask the chat what do they think. मतलब
But David का time भी कम हो रहा है, and look at Arvind showing super confidence, yeah, on the
हाँ ना,
board.
he's like
He's
मतलब
looking like a gangster.
he's like b7 मारा तो मैंने तो सब calculate किया है. It's already putting some psychological pressure on David.
Also, Amruta, the thing is, after queen takes b7, if you take bishop takes pawn, with the idea that if you take g takes f3, I have knight takes d4 with a check here. The problem is that here he will take with the queen the knight. Oh no, he doesn't take.
That's what I'm
No, he
saying.
takes the
It
central
was no,
pawn.
the assessment was this was too much engine light. Another thing is, most of the times queen b7 kind of moves are bad moves. You know the engine also doesn't like it. This is a rare situation where it's a good move. But that's why even Arvind missed it. I don't even think they really were worried about queen b7. They both were not spending too much time on that.
By the way, guys, here is a question for you. After knight takes c3, queen takes d8, with which rook would you recapture? Rook f d8, rook a d8. Fine. Please let us know your move here.
Okay, that's not an easy decision there. But oh, Samyak says I have 1800 elo. I want to participate in local open tournaments in Bangalore. How could I find? अरे अभी Bangalore में tournament हुआ just a few days ago. But Bangalore definitely has a lot of chess environment.
Yeah, there's a
So,
beautiful Bangalore chess club.
Circle chess club. So
No,
you'll
Bangalore
find-
chess club.
Okay, people said rook a d8, Sagar. Rook
Yes.
a d8, rook f d8.
But the thing is, the best move, actually, it was a trick question. If I can get it here,
अरे
the
सबको
trick
फंसा दिया.
question was that it was not about taking back first, because if you took back with either of the rooks, then b takes c3 and the center is very strong. But if you play knight e2 check first,
Bishop
and
e2,
then you
folds.
take, now d4 becomes a permanent weakness. So it was a very good
काफी बढ़िया question, Sagar. This was
काफी.
so good. Nobody got the answer.
yeah.
Such questions when you ask the chat, I'm really proud of you. When people cannot find answer.
But Amruta, this is heading towards a draw now.
Yeah.
Because after bishop takes b7, I go rook b8. You take on a6. I go rook a4, attacking the bishop. You might want to save it. Let's say bishop d3. I go rook takes b2. Eventually, I'll take on a2, and it's a draw. So Arvind, while this entire game, he would be, I think he would be overall very unhappy with what has happened here. Because it's not just that he got a draw from a very sound game, he was worse. And from there, he's now left with no chances to win.
That's true.
Let's go to Prag's game.
Melviro says cheating. Pucha kuch or tha kuch. Ratin rating says please ask trickier questions than just a simple fork.
Okay, by the way, you can already sense somehow that the black pieces are more coordinated than the white pieces here. Rook e1, knight g6, rook a3.
And Prag loves knights. So I'm sure that he's more comfortable.
I mean, he also likes day, but knights also.
Bishop d2 played. Okay,
Okay,
there is
I
this
think-
a5 guy.
Should we go rook a e8?
Do you want to exchange more or rook f7? I was thinking.
Possible. No, I was thinking rook a e8 so that there's knight e2 threats, but
Nice.
it doesn't make so much sense after I take and king f1 and I stop knight e2 check.
If you want to think in that position after bishop d2, what is the way black wants to put pressure, okay, on white? Let's imagine that.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
imagine black is Magnus
Amruta,
Carlsen.
your move on the board, rook f7.
Yay! The engine doesn't like it as much, but doesn't matter. It's a practical thing. You're gonna double
And
the
Prag
rooks.
drinks water. Oh my god, guys. Prag has just drunk a bottle of water. I'm scared now because we know that when Prag drinks water, he is like very confident.
Hana, he's very confident. He's loving his position. And what is white going to do? Because after rook f7, the next move seems very logical. There is absolutely zero doubt that white wants to develop his knight. है ना और कुछ है ही नहीं ना.
I think knight a3 makes a lot of sense, Amruta, as you said. Knight b5 could also become a threat because of this pin. So, for example, let's say rook f e8, then there is...
Ooh, already I'm making a mistake or what?
Yeah, because
Wait.
of rook d3 and attacking here. That's the problem.
Oh, it was a nice double attack question.
Mhm.
Last half an hour, guys. Not even half an hour actually. Maybe 15 minutes or so.
अरे अमृता तुम लोग को
Stay
GM बना के ही छोड़ेगी लगता है.
हाँ ना तू पूछ ना मेरे को तो पूछ. At least this is my being in touch with my brain.
R&B Totkar says, Sagar, by how many times did you read How to Reassess Your Chess by Jeremy Silman? Knight a3 on the board, by the way, by Veselin. I think I've read it many times. And I also have it here. It's there, Amruta. Can you just show the book? It's there, right there. Yes, so it's always around. I like it. Jeremy Silman is a very inspiring author for me because back when I was young, there are some moments where someone inspires you, and they become an important part of your life. I think Jeremy Silman was one of them. Daniel King was one of them. Mark Dvoretsky was one of them. So these people whose books really played a big impact on my life. And it's a pity that Jeremy Silman is no more alive. But his work speaks for itself. People can continue enjoying it. If I have to say one book that I enjoyed tremendously of his was Amateur's Mind. It's not available on ChessBase India shop. It should be available on Amazon. It's called The Amateur's Mind, and it shows like in any position, like in this position, the amateur says, hey, I will go on an attack with h5, h4, h3. And Jeremy Silman would then explain that, this is too slow and there's an entire conversation and so on. So it really helps to put things into perspective there.
Yeah, and also his endgame book is also very beautiful, very nice. Otherwise, there's so many difficult endgame books, but that one is like superbly written. So
yeah,
just 2 books, and if you put all your focus into it, I think it already has a lot of hello, as you would say. Okay, coming back to the game, knight a3 has been played, and now what is Prag thinking actually? Guys, what are your suggestions for black?
Sometimes, Amruta, you think Prag will do really well and suddenly now he's in trouble. Like, not, real trouble, but at least some trouble. Like we saw that if you move this rook away, then there's rook d3 with an attack here and on the knight. So I was wondering if we should start with b6. It also just saves the pawn, and if knight b5 check, I was wondering take, and c5. This is how I wanted to continue.
Actually, the bishop on d2 and knight on a3 is amazing. What Topalov has found as a development.
Yeah, I don't know, Amruta, but this does feel like a position where black would be doing really well if white didn't have two rooks. Because with two rooks, this king feels a bit weak and the b6 pawn feels a bit weak. So let's say rook h3, attacking here. And if I play h6, now rook g3. And all of a sudden, you start to feel like this, like check coming in, these two rooks.
थोड़ा सा loose लग रहा है position in kind of. That's true, but I think for Pragg he needs to fight, so sometimes it also happens that very clearly equalizing variations you tend to avoid. So then you cannot play the absolute best moves.
By the way, Neil says, continuing with amateur's mind, I want to suggest nh4 for black. That's a nice move because your threat is knight f3 check takes.
No, there is rook on c3 na.
Yeah, I mean, you will lose two knights for a rook.
Wait a second, there is a problem here, tactical. Can I try to find?
I mean, just rook d3, attacking here.
Same ही problem है क्या? Again and again.
Yeah.
Just white wants to move the rook.
And Amruta, such a position, I mean, just this is totally winning for white. Rook e7 check is coming in. And then g7 is hanging, so doesn't look great. Knight a3.
King b6 as Dhanalakshmi. I was also thinking, but bishop e3 looks so deadly.
Yeah, I just lost, no? I mean, that's just over.
Yeah, for c5, there will be maybe takes rook b3. I don't know, 100 ways, no?
Just take it.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, mate.
Acha.
Guys.
Knight. Oh.
Check.
Mate into rookie.
Mate. And look at this. Topalov gets up from his chair. And he's showing this thing to Pragg that I'm feeling confident. Pragg goes knight f5 back. He moves his knight here. Already Topalov better with rook h3. He comes back, sits on the board, has 11 minutes on the clock.
Oh my god. Actually, Topalov is, maybe we can now say that Pragg is under some pressure.
Yeah.
Pragg goes knight f5. And he's moved the knight away from there with all those tactics. But still, white rook from c3 is going to move and put pressure on a5. The bishop is tying down the rook on a8. Oh my god. What about rook f3? Is there a pin there? Oh, knight g6 to h4. But
Yeah.
rook f4.
It's also a good
G5.
move. Actually, Amruta, now Pragg in trouble. Meanwhile, Aravindh Chithambaram, we were looking at that game and we thought it would end in a draw. And I think, in fact, it is heading there. Yeah, it is completely heading there. Takes, bishop e5. It is equal. Opposite colored bishops.
Yeah.
I doubt if you can press here.
No, not much. So David actually has done a good job with the white pieces, holding Aravindh smoothly.
Okay, so then we go to
We
Pragg's
have
game
to,
and
yeah,
stick
maybe this
to-
is the game to focus on for now. Acha, is the time ka problem hai?
नहीं.
Knight f5 and Topalov is taking his time. In fact, Pragg is down to 8 minutes 30
Oh,
seconds.
finds rook h3. Topalov saying, hey Pragg, I am feeling the flow right now. I'm feeling like I'm back in 2006 fighting for my world championship title. By the way, guys, for all those who want to see like Topalov in full flow, must look at this book called San Luis. It's a book, I think it's available on ChessBase India. It's a
Maybe,
book by Alec. Abhi nahi hai shayad, na?
It might have got
Out of
sold
stock.
out. I'll check.
No, later we can see.
एक सेकंड में बता सकते.
नहीं कोई बात नहीं, बाद में देखेंगे. It is a book by Alec Gershon and Igor Nor, I think that's the name. And it is beautiful. It's actually a very thick book. We also had a copy of it here. Can't see it so easily, but we will find it. It's, Topalov began that event with 7 out of 7, Amruta.
मेरी memory को देख भी मत.
Yeah, वैसे it's not memory because you don't even know it. So memory is about when you know something and you have to remember. But this is something which is new information.
I would not. Yeah, I mean, I would know while reading and reordering the book or something like that, but that's a temporary advantage.
Yes, and actually Topalov won that event in 2005, which was 8 best players in the world playing in a double round robin event where there was also Judith Polgar, by the way, Vishy Anand, Boris Gelfand, like all the best players in the world were playing there. And he won like super convincingly that event. And so that was his world championship title. But it was not in a match. H6 played here. And now he's ready with his next move, c4. I think what Veselin is feeling here is that not only is my position better, I can also push Pragg on time. Because if he pushes his pawn now to d4,
Oh, c5, knight
yes,
c4,
beautiful
irritating.
move. c5, Amruta, clamping down on these squares, and then knight to c4. So Pragg has to be super careful.
But if
now.
I go b6 here, then cd and rook c1.
Okay,
knight b5.
that just looks wrong, yeah.
Oh
This
my goodness.
looks bad.
Arey, but what is the move to play here
So
for
maybe
c4? DC?
taking here could be an idea, I was wondering. And then if you take here, now b6, so that I can defend.
And now what for rook g? Sorry, f5 पे knight important काम कर रहा है. Got it.
Yeah. Rook f3 might be still very
Hey,
strong.
how is knight e5 here?
Knight e5.
Not happy, but okay. I thought bishop f4 also is something to see.
And then mate back.
No, don't take on e5. Bishop f4.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, but
Maybe c5 takes.
not much. Okay, black is doing okay.
By the way, Pragg goes rook d7 and now rook f3. Pretty sure he's going to attack here. And guys, Praggnanandhaa actually suffering here from getting a good position. He's now in a suffering position. Aravindh, by the way, just drew his game. Guys, Aravindh Chithambaram here, he's left the board. So he's drawn.
Acha.
Yeah, draw. And Amruta, can you feel the intensity here with Praggnanandhaa in trouble?
You know, Prague has been better in so many times, or it was a draw and then he lost. So this time, I think he may not be better, but somehow I feel he'll not lose this.
It's difficult, This position is really not easy. Not easy.
Not at all.
Oh, by the way, he's about to touch his rook. Rook f3. He plays it. Another classy move by Veselin Topalov. Attacks the knight on f5. Pragg is now thinking, why kisse panga le liya maine? And Veselin even gets up from his chair. Oh,
Nice. Oh, because if you move the g6 knight, you are always worried about bishop f4 check. That's doing an important job. And now if you move the f5 knight, question is kahan pe? Pieces are so tied down. Bishop on d2, an attacker keeps pressure on a5. Rook is a defender, but rook is tied down for the bishop. This knight is a defender for f4 square. And again this bishop is tying down even this knight as well. This rook has to be here now to defend the d5 pawn. f5 knight. Abhi, where will it go? Because not too many options there. Overall, every white's piece is doing something good. Attacking, controlling this file. Always ready for some squares. So that's why I think
but Amruta,
the value of white's pieces is very high.
knight fh4 is a nice move. Although with
What about bishop f4?
yeah, exactly, that check might come in very deadly and ask a question to the
and white
king,
is...
because if you go to the last rank, it's already trouble on the e8 square.
Are you serious? And knight d6 is the move?
No,
Because-
king b6 now. Check. So king a6. And my king is pretty safe here on a6. That's how I think
So
Pragg
just
has
for a
to.
moment it feels, oh my god, it can be into a mating net if at all bishop gets to e3
Yeah.
successfully. Then it feels very
थोड़ा
scary.
तो काम करेंगे ये knights.
How easy it is to, you know, some of the ideas were like we just reject, like with intuition.
Yeah.
King on a6 is not good, kind of. So I don't know. So then the calculation is important. The assessment is important. Oh my god.
I have a feeling that rook d3 should work out here very well. Rook d3, because now I'm putting pressure and I never want as black an isolated pawn. So I take, then you take, and knight takes, and now I'm threatening a fork. My pieces are also attacking here. It's lost. So a big move here would be rook d3 by Veselin Topalov. I think all the fans of Praggnanandhaa are hoping for Veselin to go wrong somewhere, but it seems like he is not in any mood to make a mistake.
But only thing, during time pressure, if certain
Finds
things...
rook d3 also. Wow. Topalov showing some class here. Showing some absolute class.
Oh my god.
Playing great chess.
I hope Pragg finds something. It gets tricky. It's tough. Very, very tough.
He's left with just 4 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. 7 minutes 17 seconds for Veselin Topalov.
And guys, all those who are asking about Aravindh, his game has ended in a draw.
Yeah, maybe bar should be updated, no?
Hanji.
Let's just do this. Refresh. And
You know, also maybe on the full screen we should have a bars ka niche.
okay. For now, it's Topalov who's pressing against Pragg.
But we did not imagine it will land up here.
Yeah,
today.
especially from that opening position, which was dead equal. We thought it would be Pragg who will press. But I think Topalov played it so well and Pragg played it so poorly.
Yeah, no, and practically I think it wasn't easy for Black, yeah?
Yeah.
Also, I think Pragg is having a bit of a tough tournament. Like today also, first round, dead drawn with Alireza and then losing that. It was a little bit of a heartbreak over there. So
Okay, Pragg is in general having a tough time right now. He himself spoke about it that 2023 was his year. It was a brilliant year. 2024, not so much. 2025 started off with a great win at Vaikanze. And then at Prague Masters, he was leading for quite some time. Look at his face there, Pragg. He's like, this doesn't look good. And now in the Grand Chess Tour, he's a full tour participant. You know, full tour participants are the one who get to play more events and are not wildcards. Like Topalov is a wildcard. He'll play only here. Then the next event will happen in Bucharest, where also Pragg will play. There he will be joined by Gukesh. Aravindh is also not a full tour participant. There's only Gukesh and Pragg from India who are full tour participants. And so this opportunity for Pragg to play at Grand Chess Tour and try and win it is a big one, because you know, Amruta, last year it was Alireza Firouzja who had won the Grand Chess Tour, dominating it. And we are quite hopeful that it will be Pragg who will be able to do this year, or Gukesh. But for now, it doesn't look really going Pragg's way in the rapid section.
yeah, rapid section definitely, but there is also going to be blitz.
Yes.
But as you said,
And the
more
points
points in rapid.
Points are added. So
Yeah.
in the end of the day, you have to be a combined champion. You can't win rapid and perform poorly in blitz.
Okay, but I am very keen that he's down to 2 minutes and Topalov still having 7 minutes on the clock. Clearly better, an advantage which the engine says +1. Oh.
And Pragg, Amruta, the time on his clock down to 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. And this is the thing about rapid chess. Before you know it, you are already so low on time. He plays knight e7. He's hopeful that this knight back will be great, but it's a
Now bishop f4, I can consider every time it's a problem. Yeah,
it's a
black is
possible.
okay
I mean,
with king
I
b6
can
king
try to
a6.
run, but Amruta,
Got
the
it.
best move here is a very surprising. I mean, g3 you can always play to kick the knight away, but c5 is a very interesting move because you
Oh,
kind of separate the a5 pawn from the b7 pawn.
but you can't go knight c4 or knight b5 to attack. So c5 is a little bit of a,
Yeah,
I would say, tough move because you feel what are you doing with your knight?
because no, the idea could very well be knight c2 d4, then looking here and then knight b3 to attack a5.
Oh my god.
It's
Then,
a little slow, but it's a great maneuver.
Bapre, c5 looks actually, now that you showed that
It's
idea,
positionally crushing move.
it looks deadly suddenly.
I don't know if Topalov will do that. He has 6
No,
minutes,
I don't.
16 seconds to figure this out.
Intuitively, if he wants to play with intuition, then c5 is not the move for sure.
I mean,
But
then
if he-
what else is the move? Bishop
You showed
c3.
g3, no?
G3 also, bishop c3 also. I mean, g3 push the knight away and then c5 is also possible.
Wow. Okay, but if he plays c5, then I would say it's going to be tough for Pragg. But if he doesn't play
Sometimes
c5,
I think, Amruta, what happens with Pragg, and this I have noticed, is when he's defending, he tries to go for the most uncompromising line. Like, you know, if I'm defending here, I'll be like, okay, it's looking bad. Not I mean someone else. b6. He would just say, okay, I'll take the isolated pawn and I'll fight somehow. You know, like maybe rook d5 and so on.
oh, he played.
He played c5? No. He played bishop c3. That's a good move. And Pragg comes back with his knight.
And still the same idea. Yeah.
Now c5 not that strong because okay,
d4
you
in
just-
between maybe.
yeah, you just lost a
at some point.
move
And then knight d5 also. Okay. It's move by move. That's why c5 was tough over there.
yeah.
Because it was more about calculation. And conceptually, intuitively, it wasn't the move.
Yes, by the way, guys, there are 3 things you can do here to support the stream. No, actually 4. Check here. Firstly, you can like the stream. Second, you can subscribe to ChessBase India. Help us reach 26, 24, 400. And the third thing that you can do is contribute to helpchess.org. Fourth thing is you can become a member on this channel. In case of Help Chess and becoming a member, all the money goes to young Indian talents. Check here. Now king b6 seems like a great move to move the king away this way.
कहाँ पे? King b6. हाँ,
Yeah.
the same idea. King b6, king a6. You want to go. Okay, I'm worried about g4 at some point.
Yeah, it seems like a move that could happen at some point.
Yet, you know what is Pragg's trump over here? Trump card?
King.
No, of course not. If at all he gets d4 and a d passer,
He plays king b6. Yeah, true.
that's the trump card.
If he gets d4 and c5, he's very happy, or he can get his king in, Amruta. But this dark squared bishop is his biggest enemy.
Crazy.
Yeah, g4. Actually, doesn't g4 drop a pawn here? Like g4, and if you move, bishop takes g7. I did win a pawn. Oh, but then I have rook g8 followed by rook g4. So, yeah, I think for Topalov, what will become very difficult at some point if he runs low on time to then calculate, because he's been doing this admirably well till he has time on the clock and patiently. But when you start coming close to the victory line, it's all about accurate calculation, which is often tough for players who are not playing regularly.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think I somehow still wouldn't believe, if this gets the point gets to Topalov, because I really feel that
No,
Pragg
but
will.
he's so close, Amruta, I think you have to start believing now that he's so
can't.
close.
I really can't. I'm really hoping for something happening for Pragg. But yeah, he has played incredible. Topalov definitely.
Yeah.
has
Brilliant
played
chess.
incredibly.
And by the way, look at this entire camera seems to have gotten blurred out. We are back.
Now the miracle happens. God. King b6 played. Topalov down to 3 minutes 30 seconds, and Akash is asking Sagar Bhai who is the greatest defender of all time in chess.
I think the greatest defender
all
of
time.
all time in chess was the great Viktor Korchnoi, who used to defend so well that Mikhail Tal could never beat him. In fact, I think he has all losses. G4, best move played, Knight H4 and Bishop G3 found. Wow. That's an incredible line, quickly played. Even the best move,
What I mean, Knight g6 is forced, no? Why is
Knight
he thinking?
G6 or G5.
Ah.
Knight G6, maybe he wants to go
F4.
F4, F5.
And then Bishop F2 later, that king is in on it. Okay.
Nice. So G5 seems much
Yeah.
better.
Practically for sure.
But still F4, he might just go for this. And there's one more player who defends brilliantly in chess from the yesteryears. It is Tigran Petrosyan. He was the world champion and also known for his excellent defensive skills. Most notably, sacrificing exchanges to defend well.
Yeah. Very famous at positional sacrifices for sure.
Yeah.
And how was Karpov? I thought he was also.
Karpov maybe also good defender, but maybe very good positional player, Amruta.
He plays Knight g6. He doesn't
Yeah,
go
now
for
F4.
g5.
Now
and
he's
F4
going to get
looks
crushed. This is what I meant, right, Amruta? He gives
but
his
F4,
opponent a lot
D4.
of space.
F4 d4. Oh, F4 played on the board. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, Topalov, you can't mess with him, Amruta. He is doing this in style. He's very close to beating Praggnanandhaa here, and that would be a huge result. Now Prag getting kind of groveling here with Knight F8, Rook D E3, E7 attacked, F5 looks great, opening up the bishop. You know,
In every possible way on both the sides, white is fully dominating.
yeah. And Praggnanandhaa now down to his last few seconds, 25. Topalov has still 3 minutes left on the clock. He has managed his time so well. Oh yes, Sergei Karyakin was the best, is also a very good defender, correct. We did miss talking about him. Again the best. Mruta, what's up with Veselin Topalov finding one amazing move after another?
Smooth
Wow.
like Veselin.
Yeah, he's playing like so good, so good. Guys, Prag, look at Prag's knights. They have gone back to
Oh
the
my
stables.
God. And that is what is about knights. Those knights can never be, they've already lost their power in some way. It's going to take some time.
Oh, Amruta, now I realize there's one big problem. If I take here, bishop f2, king a6, then rook
8.
can checkmate from behind. He takes again the best move played, rook d5 played by Prag. Prag is hoping for one small mistake by Veselin, which he's not committing. And now the best move for white is either to check here. Okay, by the way, this seems right? Check, king a6 and bishop f2. And then rook b6 check. How do you even stop it? Oh, b5 maybe. But I don't know. I think it's so loose. Like, look at this. Check, king a6, bishop f2, threatening a check here. You have to play b5. And now, like, I don't know. He does play this check. He does play rook b3. Insane. King a6. And I'm pretty sure he's going bishop f2. Yes, he finds bishop f2, guys. b5 by Prag. Kind of forced. Or you go knight d7, stopping. He plays knight d7. He stops this, but now knight c4. Amruta, now Topalov, actually the thing is Prag has kind of unraveled a bit because knight is coming out, this knight as well, b5 is coming. So Topalov has to be super accurate with knight c4. Let's say knight c4.
b5.
b5 if you play, ab, cb, and there's this check which will just
that
cause you a lot of harm with knight d6 and b5 hanging. So
opponent's harmony will cause you harm for sure.
But Amruta,
And money also. Oh my god.
Look at
Harm and money.
knight c4 finds the best move here, guys. Best move by Topalov. and Praggnanandhaa has only 30 seconds to work this out. He's in big trouble. Big. Because knight b6 is a massive forking threat. If you take, I take knight, rook b6 check. What? Knight? Is he moving his knight? No, come on, Prag. If you move your knight...
He's missed some threat.
What about knight b... I understand what he wants. Knight f6, knight b6. He wants to move the rook. And if you take, he wants to take back. Look at the arrows,
there
guys.
is G5, H4. Okay, there is no time. Yeah, there is time.
He played the move. He played b5. But this is a blunder, Amruta. AB, he will have to take with the rook, not with... Takes, rook takes. Yeah, that's the point. Not CB because there was check here. So he takes with the rook. And now, a mistake, a small error. Better was perhaps rook a3. But okay, rook d3, it's not a bad move at all. Attacking the knight. I think rook d5 has to be played here. Just trying to defend. Prag has to hang in there. He's on the verge of defeat here. He finds knight f6. With this knight coming into f6.
Oh, but...
Rook e6, Amruta. Killer blow. Attacking here. But then rook c8. You know, like, Prag is like, I'm dead, but I'm still alive.
Hanging in there, but 13 seconds, and the only chances if Topalov goes to...
Finds rook e6 again. What the hell, Topalov? I mean,
he's attacking c6, right? It's an easy move.
Give him the win, Amruta. He's played an incredible game. If rook c8, there is knight d6 with a fork.
No, but wait.
Prag loses on time. Prag loses on time. Topalov wins, guys. This was not even anything about time. This was just complete crush.
Yeah. No, I think definitely he played incredible. I did think that Prag will get this one chance sometime.
Yeah, no,
one chance, but
no chances there, Amruta. No chances. Praggnanandhaa loses on time against Veselin Topalov. In the end, our camera got a bit sticky there. But you could see that Veselin had a smile on his face, and why wouldn't he? He played perhaps the best game of his of this tournament, and maybe even like I don't know, his career has been so amazing that it would be too much to say best game of one of the best games of his career. But yeah, what a game. What a game, guys. And a bad day for Prag today.
Yeah,
he has
very
lost 2 games and 1 draw. Meanwhile, for Aravindh, a relatively better day with 1 win and 2 draws.
Tough tournament. I think one of the important moment, maybe that did impact his momentum. Prag's momentum was first game loss with Alireza. I think impacted him.
I agree with you, Amruta.
But well... It has to happen, and even if you win 3 back-to-back tomorrow, still, it's going to be good.
Yeah, of course.
He'll try his best for 3 out of 3 tomorrow.
Of course, Prag has to come back stronger.
Who are going to be his opponents, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he has played with Levon, Firouzja, Topalov, maybe Duda. One would be Duda.
Duda, Fedoseev,
and
Gavrilescu.
Yeah.
And Aravindh, by the way, will be just half a point shy of the leaders, Amruta, because if you see Fedoseev and Alireza were leading, and right now Fedoseev's game is ending in a draw. It's an equal rook end game, and Firouzja also is heading towards a draw. So that means that Aravindh will just be trailing the leaders by 1 point.
Yeah, he's just right there, playing amazing chess, in fact. And here, guys, you can see the king has made sure to have a shelter without any checks and queening ideas. So h3.
Krzysztof says Topalov was a challenger against Vichy for World Championship, right? Yes, in fact, he won the World Championship title in 2005 in a tournament format, which is why we call him the FIDE World Champion. But he is like a World Champion material for sure. I mean, he's an amazing player. And then he played the World Championship match with Vichy in 2010, where the scores were tied 5.5, 5.5 going into the final game, 12th game. And I think Vichy was happy with the draw, but Topalov wanted to win in the classical format itself, pushed too hard and lost it with 6.5, 5.5 score. So clearly a great player there. And then we have Fedoseev ending in a draw as well. And then we go now to the only game that's going on, that is Aronian versus Firouzja. And Amruta, that was about uh, Topalov, but I think that's
Oh,
again
this is
a
also
draw.
draw. Yeah,
Only decisive game was Prag losing against
Topalov.
Topalov.
God, I hope he recovers for tomorrow and in his best form tomorrow. But guys, is it the last day of Rapid tomorrow, Sagar?
Yes.
28th. And then there is 20. No, but 1 second. 3 days Blitz, yeah, we have?
2 days blitz, 29th and 30th.
No, but the tournament ends on 1st.
No, 30th.
30th? Really? अरे क्या बात है एक दिन बच गया the days when it happens like oh today was 22nd and then when you get to know oh today is 21st अरे एक दिन बच गया एक
Anjani Kumar says, who is your and Amruta's favorite player? Nice. My favorite player is Magnus. It's difficult to have another favorite player in this era, right? Like, he's just so good. It's so amazing. Like, now that we are following our youngsters who are trying to become the best players in the world, you realize how good Magnus is, that he doesn't, like, such results happen. I haven't seen Magnus losing such a game to Topalov or anyone like for last 10 years, in a way. Like, he would lose to Topalov, who was at the height of his career, but right now, like he's retired, and so that just shows like Magnus is so good. And of course, the youngsters like Prag, Gukesh, Arjun all have to work really hard to reach there.
Okay, cool. Let's end the stream. It's 9:47. We'll have dinner.
Let's have standings for our viewers because they would love to
Okay.
see the standings. And that, Amruta, you can go on. I'll just end the stream and come. Yeah?
Yeah.
Guys, these are the standings we have right now. We have Firouzja and Fedoseev leading with 8 points, just double the scores everywhere because it's 2 points for a win here. 8 out of 12. Aravindh is on 7 out of 12 in sole second position. Aronian is on 6. Duda on 6. Prag on 5 points. Deac on 6. MVL and Gavrilescu on 5. And Topalov with this win moves to 4. Topalov punching hard, yeah. He beat MVL and also Prag. Those are two big heavyweights of this tournament. He managed to beat them. So we'll be back tomorrow at 5:30 Indian time for the final day of Rapid. And I hope that you are enjoying this coverage. If you liked it, do like the stream. And also please do drop in a comment when the stream ends so that it reaches more people. Thank you all. Bye bye.